September 2024. We are trying out some new stuff today, so bear with us as we work through some of the tech issues. I'm Jason LeDuc. I'm your host up at the desk here for Tech Alley. But right now, what I'm going to do is I am going to mute myself. We are here at Tech Alley. Let me explain to you what's going on here before I mute myself. Tech Alley, the monthly technology startup entrepreneur event down here at downtown Las Vegas, here at Taverna Costera, right at Charleston and Maine. We're getting ready to do announcements. So if you're in Las Vegas today, you're interested in tech, you're interested in crypto, you're interested in AI, you're interested in drones, come on down. We are at the corner of Charleston and Maine. We're spread out all over the block here doing tech talks. And right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick it down to my colleague, Dave Berlin, who is going to get us set up to see the announcements of what the program is coming up from the courtyard here at Taverna Costera. Go ahead, Dave, take it away.
All right. Am I live? Can you hear me? Hope we got
you
the
are
thumbs
live,
up.
Dave.
Awesome. What's up, everybody? I'm down here in the alley of Tech Alley. This is where all the magic happens. We've got a lot of great people out here getting ready for the morning announcements. So what's going to happen is they're going to have a couple of announcements for everything that's going on. They're going to let everybody know what events are happening today with Tech Alley. And then beyond that, everyone's going to break out into some of the other buildings all around. We're going to see if
we talked to this guy right here.
I'm going to jump up.
Philadelphia. Okay. Yes, sir. Right. Well, sir.
All right, well, it looks like Dave is getting us all situated downstairs. I'm just doing a little check here to see how well we switch back and forth from what we're doing, but it is fantastic to have you all here today.
All you got to do is do a little bit on your
Did he put me on the lineup to talk about GW?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Just stand close. In fact, any of the speakers that want to talk, just have them kind of stand close because we're going to start in about 5 minutes. I'm just going to do an intro.
So if you're interested, come on over when you
That's one of the best things I've ever birthday. What'd you do? Like a lot of people don't actually have an office or communication. Like literally every. So. Yes. This is like the next evolution.
All right, we're going to be going live. Well, we are live. Here in just a few minutes, we're going to have the opening announcements. There's going to be several people speaking about some of the events that are going on in and across Las Vegas, across the valley, and across the state here through the rest of the year. I personally will be talking a little bit about Global Entrepreneurship Week. And then after that, everyone's going to break out into other events. So stand by, hold for audio.
There is so I'm going to set up a call with them now.
Check.
We're really excited to have you guys here today. Thank you so much. This is going to be an epic event where we are going to be teaching, learning, and sharing technology to the community. And we have a lot of wonderful speakers today. First, I'd like to start with an announcement. Can you hear me? Raise your hand if you guys can hear me back there in the back. Can you guys hear me? Okay, we're going to get started with technology today. Thank you so much for attending. We're really excited. We have a lot of great events today. We have some media that's streaming on top. If you guys want to check it out on YouTube, Journey Gallery is going to be opening up for us. We'll be teaching in there today at about noon. And then we have our normal classes in the theater area and also at Traverna. Lunch will be free, so please stick around, enjoy the company, learn some stuff, and ask us any questions. That's what we're all here for. I'd also like to thank Zoho for sponsoring this event. And today we're going to go off with some kickoff speakers and let them tell you what we're going to be discussing today. My name is James Roop. I am the blockchain educator here. I focus on self-custody of digital assets. Blockchain is coming. I would love for you guys to grab some of those digital assets and privately hold them without a third party, just for protection. That is exactly what I teach, and I'll be teaching that in the Journey Gallery at 2:45 today. So that's me, but let's get Jason down here, or somebody. I have some speakers here. I have Jason DeLuke. Is Jason around? Come on over, Jason. A round of applause for Jason.
Yeah, that's my network tracks.
For us. Jason, come on over.
Hey everybody, it looks like we have been put in literal and figurative jail here, but we are running the live from Tech Alley live stream upstairs. You're going to get this gate
Yeah, I'm
open
going to
for
talk about
you.
GW.
Okay, you'll come up and see us. If you've got a startup to promote, an event to promote, an organization to promote, we'd love to have you come up, sit down with us for a few minutes, tell us all about what you're doing. Get this out to a wider audience than is here today at Tech Alley. We're going to be encouraging people in the Vegas area to come down and see all the amazing talks here. If you're doing a talk today, come on up and see us either before or after your talk. and we'll try to promote this, get more and more folks coming down to Tech Alley every month. Again, my name is Jason LeDuc. Dave Berlin's going to be going around doing man of the street interviews with some of you folks, trying to get the word out about the great things you're doing as well. So thanks very much for having us today. Always appreciate the James for letting us do content from here. And I'm going to go see if I can get this gate unlocked for the rest of us. So thanks. Everybody have a great day at Tech Alley.
All right, thanks you guys, appreciate that. Now let's hear from Kurt Walker. He'll be hosting Who's Got My Money in the Theater today. All right, who's ready for this little micro fall that we get to enjoy here in Las Vegas with the best weather in the year? I am ready for it. Okay, we have 3 things that we need to talk about. As many of you guys know, we do weekly sessions online at Fusion 42 to help you become fundraising fluent, understand how to get market ready, and to go out there and actually do the difficult work of raising. So we meet on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Wednesday mornings sometimes, and then every single Thursday in the afternoon, we do Pitch Kung Fu. Pitch Dubai, that's also starting here very soon. Pitch Jiu-Jitsu in Latin America. And then at some point when we have the right Asian leadership, we'll be doing Pitch Panda. Okay, so if you guys want to get real-time feedback on your pitches, you can come and upload your pitches into the Danger Room, and you'll have other experts, other founders and funders giving you feedback to help you with that iterative process and get you ready to go out and do that difficult task of fundraising. So that's number 1. Number 2, I have been interviewing the most talented fundraisers on earth from all over the world for the Fusion 42 Raise Summit. We are doing a comprehensive from A to Z fundraising summit in December, early December, 3, 4, 5, 3 full days. I was on the phone with one of my buddies. He has had 4 multi-billion-dollar exits and has raised all the capital for all that. And that's just the beginning. So I was on the phone with another VC from Malaysia, Mexico City yesterday. So we're really pulling out the stops to make sure that you get to hear from exited founders, VCs and angel investors and ecosystem builders that are out there doing the work to help founders just like you get the resources and the relationships that you need. And then last but not least, you guys know we have Who's Got My Money here in just a few minutes in the theater at 11 o'clock sharp. I decided that it was time for the founders that have been showing up in the sessions, doing the work in the Danger Room, showing up at Pitch Kung Fu, to be your teachers. So today, instead of hearing me talk, you're going to be learning from the founders and what they've been learning in their own founder journey. Does that sound cool? We've collected feedback from all over the world, from founders from all over the world. And then, of course, we have our favorite Vegas founders coming out and sharing what they're up to. Okay. Also, we're still trying to decide how we're going to do this. But this is one of the companies I funded. They're called Jack Race. And these are the shoes. If you guys like golfing, I don't. Ask me why I decided to fund a golf company when I don't. Should have funded a mountain bike company. But there's more money in golf. There's more money in golf. So, you know, what we're working on for these, Dave's awesome, so he can get away with that. Anybody else can get mugged. But anyway, what we want to do is we want these to end up in the hands of people in the Vegas venture ecosystem. So you have to pitch me on why you're the person for this. We have different sizes. We do have a few female sizes for the ladies. I think I brought approximately 300 pairs up here. We've gone through some of them at other events. We'll be sharing some at the Promise Startups next pitch event, I think, which is on October 5. So if you think you've got a really strong case of why you should have a pair of these, they all are in white for the most part. And the reason that they're special is we've got a magnetized bridge on the top here where you can put different types of panels on top with different shoelaces and all that. So they're highly, highly, highly customizable. What's funny is this is the first time I've ever worn some because I don't golf. And yeah, it's like my company. It's weird. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll see you at 11 o'clock and welcome to Tech Alley. Kurt Walker. That is a fantastic. I'm definitely going to look into these shoes. I used to golf quite a bit. I tore my shoulder, and now it's kind of healed. I've been doing some peptides. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of peptides. And so my shoulder doesn't hurt. I'm going to try giving golf, and I'm going to get some of these shoes. Thanks a lot, Kurt. Who's got my money? Don't forget about Kurt, 11 o'clock in the theater. Also, we have Startup NV, Madeline Fieldman. Come on down. Are you here?
She's here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got going on with Startup NV.
Want me to hold your coffee?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Hey y'all, good morning. My name is Madeline. I'm the VP of Southern Nevada for Startup NV and also on the organizing committee along with Josh and many other great ecosystem leaders for Startup Week Las Vegas. Techstars Startup Week is October 15th through 19th, and Tech Alley will be a part of Startup Week as well. So the October Tech Alley will be an official Startup Week event. There will be a lot There's already a great turnout. There will be a lot more people, and events going on all week long. They're free for all startup folks to attend. There will be panels, workshops, parties, all the good stuff for 5 days straight. So check us out online, startupweeklasvegas.com.
Right. Okay, guys, round of applause. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Madeline. Now we're going to have, hold on, I don't know if he is here yet. We have just collaborated and we are working with the Journey NFT Gallery. They are a blockchain environment. And we have Nick from the Journey Club. Next time he'll be here. He hasn't quite made it, but he does want to introduce his presence here. We'll be actually conducting some classes in that NFT gallery from here on out. It's going to be really exciting. So we also have Rosalie Bingham. Come on down. Round of applause for Rosalie Bingham.
Hey, my name is Rosalie, Regenerative Rosalie from now on. That's what I'm changing my name, so it's just going to be Regenerative Rosalie. Okay, oh, that's yours. Okay, I was thinking that. Oh, okay, so thanks. I love this. This is my favorite place to be on Saturday, on the third Saturday. And now we get something in the evening at my house. So I'm opening up I have a little patio area and a home, and we're bringing people in this very different way. Feels like sometimes that the game has been rigged, and that some of us are just figuring out that there's a baton that we're supposed to find, and it's been hidden, and we don't know where it's at. And you know, some people don't know there's even a game being played. But we're coming together in a decentralized, but in front of the decentralized, it's called deferred. So we're deferred, decentralized autonomous organization. And we're showing by our track record, not by what we say, not by what we think we can do, but by our track record, what we can do. And we're donating 4 hours, that's it, 4 hours to become a member of the Alliance. Once you've donated 4 hours of your time, and there's a value that the community sees, we're then working deferred or discounted, and there's a big bump on the back end. So when we deliver what we deliver, we're going to get paid. And there's no question, because that's how it's designed. We're working deferred, not for free. However, we're working also so that everybody can benefit. And so if you want to come to my house and start on an edification, that's what, and we're doing some education and entertainment with that. So it's a hoo-ah for sure. It will be fun, and no drama. There's no drama at my house, so we have water and some sodas, right? We're just not doing drama at my house. And be respectful. And if you're interested, you can go on my Facebook and see it, or contact me and I give you my address, and come over tonight between 6 and 10. And we're going to do, I've talked about doing these videos here for 6 months, and then I see them all happening. Now we're taking it to the next level. We're not just going to talk about it. We're actually going to scale it up. And we're using the Innovation Center. I have some connections there at the UNLV to scale a regenerative model that actually is going to power enough food and water for the VA hospital right across the street. So we're going to show this happening and bringing people on 4th generation data. So I have old people that I know, Bruce Woodbury, those guys. I'm talking with Joe Brown, the streets are named after them. And then I'm talking to the new kids on the block, because I'm in the middle of all of this. So I'm bringing old school and new school to come together. California, Nevada, Arizona, and Utah. We're getting the governors, asking them to come together to solve this Western problem that we have and figure out how we can become more edified and how educate. Well, first of all, it's engagement. So we're going to have an engagement tonight. We're going to do education as well, because then we don't know what we don't know. So there's some education. There's no fighting. Like I said, there's education and no opinions. We're just staying with education, the facts, and be respectful. Can't say that enough. And then from there, there'll be an empowerment. And we're getting together action groups to proceed in different lanes so everybody knows what they're doing. And there's a presidency of each lane. This is a well thought out plan. So there's a presidency of each lane, so that when you are leading, all of it doesn't fall on your shoulders, but there's 3 people abreast that are actually making not the decisions for the group, because the group is autonomous and we're decentralized. We own our own data. We don't give it to anybody else unless we want to. All right, so if you're interested, come to my house and you'll hear more. Rosalie Bingham, Regenerative. Regenerative.
Get them from all around.
All right, Rosalie of Regenerative.
Whenever I go.
We're really happy. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Always trying to do good things in the community. Taking care of the vets is a big deal, and we appreciate your efforts. Thank you so much. We also have Innovation Essentials. This is hosted by UNLV here at Tech Alley, and that is Rachel Gomez. Come on up. Round of applause for UNLV Innovation Essentials.
Hi, everyone. everyone. Good morning. My name is Rachel. I work for the Small Business Development Center, the SBDC, as a business advisor. We also work in cooperation with UNLV's Office of Economic Development. So I come monthly and I try to present to you the different resources that UNLV has to offer, whether it's their internship programs or their makerspace, 3D printing, prototyping departments. But then we also talk about different ways that we can help you to launch and grow your business. I also have a separate tech company, so I totally understand the challenges and the growing pains. And so I think some of this information that we deliver is really pretty essential for you guys. We just came back from a national conference with the SBDC. We're funded by the SBA primarily, and we came back from a week-long meeting in beautiful Atlanta. And we got to learn about some new grant programs that are available out there for the startup and tech community. So today we are going to be talking about different funding options, your traditional, your non-traditional lending institutions, as well as state and federal grant opportunities for you. So if you're interested, come by and come listen. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys, that's kind of a big deal. We definitely want to see Rachel Gomez for that. Free money to get your project going is a big deal. So check her out, talk to her, see what we can do. Next, we have Dave Berlin. Round of applause for Dave.
He's our local DJ.
What's up, everybody? Dave Berlin. As you guys all know, I have a couple different titles in the community. One, I'm now the program manager for entrepreneurship for a national veteran program called Vets in Tech. So Vets in Tech, we help veterans get very high-level coding certifications for them and their spouses to work with our partners. We're partnered with Google, Meta, founded by Craig from Craigslist out of Silicon Valley for about 13 years. So now I'm helping build entrepreneurial ecosystems across the United States, all while repping a Las Vegas flag. So that's because of you guys. Also, I'm excited. Thank you. Also, really excited. I'm now the state coordinator for Global Entrepreneurship Week. And we have a proclamation from the governor's office to make this the greatest Global Entrepreneurship Week ever. Global Entrepreneurship Week is 10,000 events all around the world, all the same week. I'm responsible for catalyzing all the events in Nevada. We've got organizers here in Las Vegas. Tech Alley actually will fall on the Saturday right before the official Global Entrepreneurship Week, but we're going to make that the official kickoff. For all of the events that are happening all across, not just the Valley, but all across Nevada. So we've got a lot of great events going on up in Reno. We've got events going on here in Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson. This will be the year that we connect the people of this city and show the world who we really are. So we're 58 days away from Global Entrepreneurship Week. Everybody mark your calendars. And then I have a new title that just happened on Tuesday. I'm now a pitch advisory board member for South by Southwest. So the whole thing there is we really want to help connect new and innovative startups with the community and everything that's happening down at South by Southwest. So if you guys are interested in getting your pitch in, please reach out to me, connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm more than happy to help get you guys all the information of who they're looking for this year. And I really hope to represent Las Vegas and the state of Nevada as I go on to speak at South by Southwest and help them with the pitches down there. So if you guys have any questions or anything, let me know. I'm also helping Jason upstairs. We're doing the live podcast broadcast. So if you guys want to let people know what's going on, what you're learning, what you're working on, and what you got out of here at Tech Alley, please let me know and we'll get you guys on camera.
Hey, Dave Berlin, thank you so much. Round of applause, you guys. Okay, well, I think that is just about it. Are there any other speakers that are speaking today that would like to come up and announce what they're doing? Yes. All right, we got Josh Stacy. Come on up, buddy. Josh Stacy, round of applause for Josh Stacy.
Hello, everybody. So we have demo time. If you don't go to demo time, your palms will get hairy or something like that. So we've got 3 great startups that are going to be pitching. One of them is Martin with Gulp It Out. He's got some updates on that. And then also, if you're either a non-technical person looking to talk to some engineers or an engineer that wants to help some local startups, on Wednesday at 6 p.m. down at the Innovation Center, we're having an open source mixer. So I have a QR code and some flyers, and you can come to me, or there are going to be other folks about that. And but yeah, we love Las Vegas. We love seeing it grow, and we're super excited for that. So come to demo time. It's in the theater after lunch. a show after lunch.
All right, you guys. Thank you so much, Josh Stacy. And yeah, I would like to have somebody else come up. One more speaker. I don't know what you're going to talk about.
I just really wanted to say thank you to my students. I'm a school teacher at Advanced Technologies Academy, and I have a huge set of students that are here. Please engage with them, and also students, please open your mouths, go talk with people, ask them about their businesses, see how that you can get incorporated into what they're trying to do.
Thank you so much. Good advice for the youngsters. All right, sir, and Zoho. Okay, all right, come on. This is our sponsor for Tech Alley, you guys. Thank you so much.
Morning everyone. I'm Vijay. I represent Zoho. I'm the product manager for HR Space HR product. And you know what? I'm coming all the way from India for this event, and very excited to be part of Tech Alley and to meet all of them. And I'd like to invite everyone for the session that we have at 2:45, which is like we talk about what we do in the HR space. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Also, you guys, just real quick, yeah, I'll have you up in a second. If you missed something, let's say you want to see drones, and then of course you also want to do the blockchain self-custody thing, right? Who doesn't want to do that? And so you're going to miss it. We are recording and we're streaming and we're posting them. So if you guys missed something and you're really interested in seeing it later, check out YouTube, check out Tech Alley, and you guys can check all the talks that you thought were interesting. Okay, we have one more individual that wants to come up. What's your name, sir?
Dion Provit.
Dion Provit, and you're with?
I am with Connect Your City and D-Pro TV and D-Pro Radio.
All right, Dion.
There you go, man.
Hi, everybody. How you doing?
All right.
My name is Dion Provit. I am here with a gentleman by the name of Larry Witherspoon. We are Connect Your City. We are 150 plus OTT television networks and 40 radio stations in 196 different countries worldwide. We focus on helping communities connect your city. Everybody, basically preserving your culture in a technical way. So we do our best to connect everybody, bring finances and everything else to what you're doing, and awareness. Thank you.
Dion, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Anything that can really add to our connection to the community is really appreciated. So we'll definitely talk to you about that later. All right. Hey guys, thank you so much. Are there any other speakers that want to come up and announce what they're doing today before we start and do the kickoffs? We're going to have about 10 minutes of social and getting to our spaces. We're going to kick this off at 11 sharp. If you guys have any questions about where to go, we do have people raising their hands in the background. You can look around. They can help you escort to the room you want to go or the talk you want to go. Obviously, I will help with that as well. Today, I will be teaching blockchain self-custody digital assets in the Journey Gallery at 2:45. So if this thing called Bitcoin or blockchain is starting to itch and you're starting to hear a little bit more about it, you want to get curious and how to engage in that space safely, I'm going to teach you guys some self-custody today. We'll teach you how to buy those digital assets, hold them yourselves with no third party, and protect that value. So that's what I'll be doing today at 2:45 in the Journey Gallery. Otherwise, welcome to Tech Alley, you guys. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. My name is James Roop, and we'll see you guys around. Thank you.
I'm live right
Where's
now.
the gallery? Where's the gallery? Journey Gallery.
I'm live right now on the broadcast. Yeah, I'll pin up with you guys. All right, that's it for the announcements. We've got everybody going off and finding their way to the first sessions that begin at 11. So if you're looking for something to do here on a beautiful Saturday, probably the most beautiful Saturday since summer, today you can come out here to Cali. We're down to Verna Costera. Everyone is making their way around, and I think we're gonna kick it over to Jason LeDuc upstairs.
That's right, Dave. We're gonna pick it up from here. If you find someone out on the street there you really want to talk to, go ahead and text me, and we will get you set up to do a man on the street interview. I'm really excited we're making this work today. So we're gonna put you in the penalty box for a little bit, because right now we're gonna talk to my good friend Madeline Feldman. So let's get this microphone a little closer to you.
Howdy.
Let's get all set. I think we're doing okay. All right, let me do one little thing real quick. We're using some new software today. I just want to make sure that we have right frame going out on YouTube. Yes, success. All right. Madeline,
Jason,
how are you?
I'm so good and well caffeinated. How
Yes,
are you?
I was able to grab a cup of coffee when I went down for announcements earlier.
Cheers.
Cheers. We've been up here setting up since about 9:15. So but we have it's a little bit of a hazy day, but we always have our nice little view behind us here of Las Vegas. And
It is beautiful. Your setup here is amazing.
thanks,
Yeah.
appreciate it. This has been a little bit of a labor of love and a lot of trial and error for the last year and a half, and we've been doing these live from Tech Alley since May.
Yes.
So it's a great opportunity for us to talk to folks who are part of the tech community here, part of the startup community, part of the entrepreneur community in an environment we wouldn't normally get to talk to them. So
I love it.
So let me do a little bit of the housekeeping I like to do before we dig in. So we are here at Tech Alley today, September 2024, downtown Las Vegas, right at the corner of Charleston and Main. We are headquartered on the beautiful roof deck of Taverna Costera, who is the lunch sponsor, the coffee sponsor, the water sponsor, basically the whole we get to do this here sponsor for the Tech Alley event. And there are lots of talks going on. If you caught what Dave was filming downstairs, you have the whole rundown of all the crypto, AI, drone, demos, apps, tech startup talks that are going to go on today. So if you're in Las Vegas or you can get to Las Vegas, come on down, see the talks at Tech Alley, talk to the great people who are doing amazing work in our tech community, have a free lunch on Tech Alley and Taverna Costera. But now let's talk to Madeline, who is with Startup NV. So tell us a little about Startup NV. Tell us about you. Tell us what you're doing out here today.
All right. So my life story. No, Startup NV is Nevada's statewide incubator and accelerator. We have more than 9 free programs for founders at all stages. So you can check out our website, startupnv.org. There's cohort-based, there's online, a little bit of everything for everyone for startups throughout Nevada.
Yep.
Our team also facilitates a number of for-profit venture funds and angel groups. So we're working on raising more capital for Nevada startups.
Love it.
And addressing kind of all aspects of the ecosystem here.
Fantastic. So you have an event coming up next week. So tell us a little bit about that. Let's do the whole rundown of what's coming up, because I know with Startup NV, there are probably people who are watching and people who are here today who are going to be interested in the things you have coming up in a couple months and even in the next year. So let's start with next week's event, and then we'll kind of work down the calendar.
Awesome. So we have 2 events next week. We have our fortnightly, so every other week, Wednesdays at 2 p.m. at the Innovation Center downtown. We have our pitch day for 100K.
Okay.
So 2 Nevada-based startups will pitch.
Can you say who they are?
I do not.
If the answer is no, if the answer is no and you can't, or if you just don't know yet, that either way is okay. But a little mystery is good. Maybe check in with us again, and we'll tell you what those startups were.
You can follow us on LinkedIn, and we'll tell you who the startups are before the event.
And where can they follow you
Wednesday.
on LinkedIn?
At Startup NV.
Okay, awesome. I know I follow you, but I don't know it off the top of my head. So.
Yes. So that will be 2 companies pitching for a $100,000 investment, and that includes acceptance into the accelerator program, Accelerate NV. So decisions aren't made at the event, but the investment committee and attendees that come in person or online can ask questions, and there's Q&A for the founders after the pitches.
Yep.
And then on Thursday at WeWork Town Square, we have our Founder NV Master Glass. It's a master class, but with adult beverages.
Yes, Master Glass. Don't misunderstand that.
It's not a typo.
She did say Master Glass, which is why I'm interested in going.
There you go. We will have Sarah Callison, who is a data expert, will be doing a session on startups applying data for success and how to find product market fit faster using data. So data is a hot topic right now. Everybody knows that data is important, but actually, being able to implement it and make the most of it in your business can be a significant leg up.
I think that's fantastic. I think it's great you're doing it in the sense of product market fit, because you and I both know from our backgrounds how important figuring out product market fit as early as possible is.
Yes.
And we on this podcast and other podcasts that we're involved in always talk about you got to keep working on your product market fit. You got to find your product market fit. And a lot of founders go, that makes a lot of sense. How do I do that? And we go, figure it out. Good luck. You're the entrepreneur. But I think this is going to be a great way where Sarah will be able to tell us, okay, here's some things you can do, some best practices you can use to try to figure out your product market fit.
Definitely. And it's free. And there's pizza and beer.
WeWork Town Square.
And founders.
We work Town Square in Las Vegas. There's lots and lots and lots of cool tech stuff coming up. We were just at Robotics Meetup capturing some video on Thursday night. We just did a Vets and Tech event on Wednesday. Lots of great tech community stuff going on in Las Vegas. I know a lot of people don't know about that, and that's okay. That's why we're doing this live stream, so people do know about it. So you talked about throughout the year, about every other week, you have 2 companies pitch opportunity for 100K, and then if they get selected, they get put into the accelerator, the Accelerate NV program.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about Accelerate NV.
Yes, so Accelerate NV is a little bit atypical in its structure. A lot of accelerators are time bounded and boot camp based, so founders may need to commit to that boot camp for 3 months of their life and maybe relocate somewhere, or it's very compounded and uniform. Ours is unique to each founder, so it's more of an a la carte situation where once a founder gets into the accelerator, they're paired with a coach. They get specific KPIs and things that they need to work on for their particular company and where they're at. And then they get access to our entire mentor network, all of our curriculum and programs, and the goal is to get to 500,000 in ARR. That's kind of the marker for when the accelerator has done its role.
That's the marker for those who don't know about angel investing and VC investing and that kind of thing. $500,000 in ARR is when they start looking at you. Maybe you've gotten like a small seeded investment, you've done friends and family money, or something like Accelerate NV where you've gotten $100,000 to kind of get yourself going. $500,000 is where it starts to look like you've got enough traction here in the 2020s. Very different than 10 years ago when investors were handing out money just based on a good idea and a wireframe drawing on a napkin. So, but $500,000 is about where angel investors will start looking at you for a serious seed round, or VCs will start kind of courting you for that bigger round, that round of raising a couple $1 million. So
exactly.
We're correct?
Yep. Definitely. Traction matters.
Traction matters in 2024. It's going to matter in 2025. And I'm going to go out on a limb right now. I'm going to say it's going to matter in 2026 and 2027 too.
I would place my bets with you.
Yes. Good. Well, we're in Vegas, so we like placing bets.
That we do.
Tell us about, because I know you said there's 9 programs in Startup NV.
Yes.
And they're all a little bit different, and they're all great for founders of different experience levels and founders whose companies are at different stages. So we talked about the kind of the what we all know and love is the original basic Startup NV program and getting into Accelerate NV. What are some of the other programs in Startup NV? Because you have one that I really like, which is Angel NV. You're still doing that, right?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about Angel NV and why it's great for investors and why it's great for founders.
Totally. So Angel NV is my favorite program as well.
Mine, yeah.
So each year we get a minimum of 40 investors to invest a minimum of $5,000, which is a very low barrier to entry.
Do the math on your own at home, because I'm not going to do it.
At least $200,000. And we aim for more than that, which is then matched by the SSBCI state program. So these investors get together and spend a couple months getting to know each other, building an investor community, as well as learning how to source and evaluate and do the diligence on investments. So it's really meant to kick off an investor's portfolio, make a couple investments and learn how to.
That's okay. They won't hear it on the microphones.
Okay.
At least we hope. You got to be really close to these microphones to pick anything up.
And learn how to keep building their portfolio. And a lot of folks do come back year after year just because the community and the experience is so great. So last year, I believe we had 180 companies apply. So it has to be Nevada-based startups apply for the investment, and either one or two will get the final investment.
And what does it mean to be Nevada-based?
Yes. So Nevada-based means that either one of the founders is based out of here, or there's core operations here, that there's potential for significant job opportunity, because we're, our mission is all about economic diversification in Nevada. So you need to be able to show that you are contributing or plan to contribute to the local economy here and provide jobs. And
we're going to be almost 3 million people by 2032 here in just in Southern Nevada, in what we call the Las Vegas Valley and a little bit beyond. And you're looking behind me, you're seeing our beautiful view of well, not so beautiful today because it's really hazy, but normally you would see a fantastic view of the Las Vegas Strip and downtown. But only about 300 to 400,000 people of our 2.5 million people now work in those areas, and everybody else kind of works everywhere else. And we've got young kids who are growing up looking for career opportunities. We've got really talented kids working at our 2 Air Force bases in town who we'd love to keep that tech talent in town, but we have to create opportunities for them. So that's one of the reasons why some of our programs here in Nevada statewide, but also Southern Nevada for investment, are so focused on why we want you to be Nevada based, and we want you to be, we like having you here because it's easy to reach out and touch you and say, hey, how are things going with my investment? But also we're trying to create a little bit of economic diversity so that young folks and veterans and old folks who are coming to town have some different career opportunities that they might not have had 10 years ago.
Totally. And we hope that, the founders that are able to raise capital here and scale here and provide job growth, and maybe they scale a couple companies and then those founders become the mentors and the investors of the next generation. And it's kind of this virtuous, cycle of entrepreneurship that we're looking to build here.
So I interrupted you a little bit, but when we do Angel NV, it's a little bit of a competition. It's a little bit of the American Idol, the America's Got Talent of investing here in Southern Nevada. So tell us what the numbers broke out last year for, because every April is when you go through, do the evaluations, and announce the winners of, I don't know if you guys call them winners, but that's kind of what it is, of Angel NV.
It is a winner, but it is an investment. So it's not just prize money, but they are winners, and you're absolutely right. This year, the finale event will actually be on March 29th.
Oh, early.
So we're starting a little earlier, condensing the investor program just a little bit. And from those initial 180 companies or so, we narrow it down to about 40. And then from there, it gets progressively smaller and smaller.
So it's going to be a whole different kind of March Madness here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
There you go. I just gave you your theme
for
the year. So
there we go. Perfect. And the first round is 3-minute pitches, and then it's 10-minute pitches, and then it's deep due diligence. And then at the finale event, there's a top 6 or a top 7. And the investors actually vote at the finale event. And if an investor invests more than $5,000, they can get another vote for each $5,000. And there's some side bets usually going on amongst the investors as well.
It is Vegas. And I will tell you, I didn't go this past year, but I went the year before to the finale, and it is a super, super fun event. So if you're able to go and you want to contact Madeline about how you can go and see how the sausage is made and see some really, really great companies do some pitching, talk to Madeline and find out how you can come to that, or just we'll reach out to Madeline and find out how you can watch online some of the great pitches that go on year round through Startup NV.
Yes, definitely. And I tell founders too, 5,000, is such a depending on where you are in your life and your company stage, an affordable investment. So it's an opportunity for founders too who want to sit on the other side of the table. It's really good education on that end.
It is. So I am not disclaimer. I am not an Angel NV. I'm not actively investing money right now in startups or anything like that. But as an MBA student, I was part of Rebel Venture Fund at UNLV, investing donated money from investors in that fund. And so I've sat on the other side of the table looking at pitches and looking at deals, and $5,000 pooled up with a bunch of other investors in an environment where you are getting mentored by folks who have been successful founders, entrepreneurs, and investors before is a really low risk way of getting into angel investing and starting to learn the ropes a little bit without having to go get involved, like just starting to hear pitches from companies and go put in $10,000 or $20,000 or $50,000 of your own money. It's a really nice way, safer. No investment is sure, right?
Right.
It's a nice way, and it's a good community to kind of learn the ropes a little bit. So one of my favorite things about why you guys are doing Angel NV, it's making we can, just like we're making great founders and great entrepreneurs, we're starting to make really savvy investors as well.
Exactly. And the more capital we can raise here in Nevada, the more startups we can fund in Nevada, and so on and so forth.
If you've got capital, bring it to us. So get involved with Startup NV. What else is coming up for Startup NV this year? What are some of the other programs you wanna plug in Startup NV?
Yeah. So we have 3 programs and 1 big event coming up.
Okay.
The other side of the Angel NV investor experience is we do a due diligence boot camp for founders. So that kicks off in the end of October, and it is, I believe, 6 weeks, 6-week cohort based.
This is the internet. Nobody's going to hold you to anything. So
Go to our website and confirm everything I say. Fact check. And this is really focused on due diligence and making sure that you have all the financials and the items in place in the way that investors like to see them, so that you are prepared for those funding conversations to advance. So that is probably the most advanced program we have coming up for companies that are raising or getting ready to raise. The next cohort we have coming up also in the end of October is Incubate Vegas. And this is for founders, especially underserved founders throughout Clark County. So as long as you live in Clark County, you can join Incubate Vegas. And that's a program for either the startup curious, or you have an idea, or you have a business that you're looking to scale. Again, it's free. We have amazing mentors that work with those cohorts, and that's one of our largest and most loved programs.
It's great because just like we talked about Angel NV being a nice way to ease into it and learn the ropes, Incubate Vegas is a great way for someone who's maybe on their first startup to learn, like those things like product market fit. Sometimes you learn and you go, okay, my product and the market don't fit. I either need to pivot, which is a word you will learn, or you will go, this is a bad idea. I need to start a new business.
Exactly. And then the third program we have coming up is Startup NV's Entrepreneurial Readiness Program, SERP for short. And that is a virtual program.
We'll work on the name.
I know. We're running out of names. We've got a lot of programs.
You guys have some.
But you gave us a March Madness thing, so maybe you'll help us with the branding.
All right. Lightning may strike twice.
Perfect. So this is a completely virtual program for founders anywhere throughout Nevada. So if you have a schedule that's difficult to make, a time-based program or certain events, this is at your own pace, very flexible, but you've got to have some self-discipline to go through that. And that's also kicking off in the end of October. And then the big event we have coming up in October is Techstars Startup Week Las Vegas. So that's October 15th through 19th, 5 days of workshops, panels, speakers, keynotes, parties, all kinds of amazing programming for startups, startup curious, investors, community partners, and it's all free to attend.
All right. Well, mark your calendar for October 15th through 19th, and it's all over town here, right? So
it is. We're in a different location, each different part of town each day.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I can't wait. That's going to be very exciting. I also missed that last year because I didn't get my act together, but I will definitely be at some of the Techstars Week stuff this year. So
your calendar is marked.
It's not marked yet, but it's on the internet and it's getting saved on video. So I guess I'm going to have to do it. So
all right.
better than a to-do list. So all right. Anything else we should know about you, Madeline, before we let you go and enjoy Tech Alley for the day?
No, I mean, thank you so much for the conversation. I'm super stoked to be at Tech Alley today, see this community. I always love seeing you, Jason, and all that you do for our ecosystem. Yeah,
well, we will do a longer interview about you more in particular on the Leader's Mindset sometime, but I definitely wanted to make sure we got everything out about what's coming up with Startup NV, just because we don't get to talk to you that often. And we need to do it more.
Yes, we do.
But there's a ton of the fall and the spring are the really big times for Startup NV, and I wanted to make sure we got all that out since we had you here today.
So. Well, thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. Enjoy Tech Alley, and we'll get you all these links and all these videos and all that kind of stuff.
Sweet.
So
thanks, Jason.
All right. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. How are we doing? All right, well, we are, okay, well, we are still going out live to the world. We haven't screwed this up yet, so, all right, who have we got next? Come on and join us. Yes, you look a little different today, but I think your hair is down and it was up last time.
It was like 190 degrees last
It was,
time,
oh my God. So if you're watching on video, I know we've been doing this for the last couple months and we've been talking about how hot it is since we started doing these in May. I think it was 112 degrees the first time we did this in May. And then it was, I don't think it was less than 110 in June, July, or August. And today our high is supposed to be 90-ish.
It's lovely.
So we are straight up like 25 degrees cooler than any time we've done this before, and it has been wonderful
Yeah.
to not have to deal with the heat. So
So
you
my-
are
yes, Jeremy Olson.
yeah, go ahead. Tell
I know
us.
we just met very briefly last
I know.
time. So
Well,
it's
I'm
been-
trying to remember. I'm like going through
Oh my
like because I
gosh.
want to look like a good host, like I did my research and remember things. But go
Oh my
ahead.
gosh. Well,
Give us your
thanks-
name, your background, and I know you've got an amazing company that has a really cool tech component to it as well that's helping people out with their health. So
Yes. Oh my gosh. Well, that's a good memory right there. Well, thank you for having me on. And my name is Jeremy Olson. I am actually a Las Vegas resident. I've been here since 1988. So I say I've been here for almost my whole life.
that's close enough to born and raised for Las Vegas.
Right, right. So I am the founder of Pilula. So that name, I got that name, is very special. I've trademarked it. It means pill in Latin. And so what we're doing at Pilula is we're helping people continue their lifestyle with ease and confidence and style, and just continue doing what they would normally do and help them with packing and transporting and then taking their pills so they can just continue with their everyday things and not be, I don't know, kind of
We're-
have to stay at
we're-
home.
we're making people's lives easier.
Yes.
We are making people. We are helping them be more organized with
Yes.
their pills, and you're doing it in a way
I'll-
where you're making sure they take the pills, which especially for folks who have older parents or
Yes.
older people in their lives, and you're not living with those folks.
Yes.
That's always a concern, right? Is are they taking the pills? Are they doing it right?
Right. So I'll explain kind of what we're doing. So the way we're doing that, we've got two things that are put together. So two products that are basically into one.
There's
So the-
hardware and there's software.
Yes,
right?
yes, hardware and software.
I remember
exactly.
stuff.
I love this. So the first one is called the Pilula Pod, and it is a beautiful pill carrier. And the reason why, I like pretty things. So we made this. I had 5 designers, and finally this last designer just really pulled through for me. He was wonderful. So I want it to look like a luxury item. When you have it, you're not embarrassed to have it out just in case, whether you're taking vitamin C or life-saving heart medication, right? So the beautiful Pilula Pod, we have that in several colors, but we're pairing that with our cherry on top, which is the tracking app. It's called Pilula Track. And so you'll be able to list your pills in there, describe them, take pictures of them,
Do you
put
have a
them in
website?
there. I do.
Okay, what's the because I'm going to try to
Pilula-
show it while you're talking.
Oh, pilulapod.com. P-I-L-U.
You go ahead and keep talking.
Yep.
I'm going to try to pull this up.
Okay.
Because I'm using some new software today.
Awesome.
So we may be able to show your beautiful pictures. We may
Okay.
lose it all, folks. So if we lose it all, come back to us. We'll
I know,
come
it's
back. But
pilulapod.com, P-I-L-U-L-A. That is it. Those are
perfect.
the girls.
You keep talking,
So-
and I'm going to see if I can put this up on our screen.
The app, we did a few focus groups for the app, so we are implementing the first several features on the app, and then we will keep going as this keeps getting better and better and more popular. So obviously, one of the features is that you'll be able to list your medications or your supplements or whatever. You'll be able to set reminders to take them. That's so important.
Unfortunately, it's
huge-
got to be a file. So, but
Oh, okay. Oh, I should have sent you something.
That's okay.
That's okay. I'm on LinkedIn.
we'll get it linked up.
Yeah. We're also on Instagram, all the things. So the other thing is, the big one is you can share this with a partner. You can share it with a caretaker, the app. So whether you're across the country from somebody or you're their partner in their home and you're just you guys are on a vitamin regimen together and you can kind of see if each other's taking their stuff. You can also share this list of your pills with different healthcare practitioners. I know there's some people end up with several doctors and each doctor doesn't know what each other is prescribing. So you'll have the list right there on the app. You can show them, these are the amounts that I'm taking. This is the dosage. So I'm really, really excited about this product. It's evolved and I have a great team of people around me. Within my company, it's just me. But I have contractors that have been really just getting me where I need to go until this point. So right now I'm in the phase of pre-sale. So we have a Kickstarter we're pre-selling on.
Okay.
Super excited about that. And that you can also access through the website. And then I'm in raising funds.
Raising
Seed.
funds. Well, you just
Yeah.
heard Madeline, so there's a couple of things you can apply
I
to here.
did
Have you
just-
applied to Startup NV yet?
No, but I need to. I just
Okay.
heard of that,
Well,
so
I
I'm
will,
excited about her.
Dave, don't let Madeline
I-
go. We have a prospective founder for her here. so.
Yes, yes. And recently, I have been working with that group, Fusion 42. I've been thinking a lot about this, and I'm actually dabbling in possibly partnering with another founder. So I'm looking for a woman founder. If anybody's out there interested in going for it with me.
What when you say you're looking to partner, are you talking about partnering with another company, or are you talking
No.
about looking for a co-founder?
I want a co-founder
Okay,
with me.
cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've been really putting this together for 2 years, and I just went full time with it this summer. So I'm really proud of the fact where I've gotten with everything. But I want to find another just dynamic woman to work with and just go out there and just kill it.
What are you looking for in a co-founder?
Ooh.
Let's
Okay.
have
So
that
what am-
discussion now, because
Well-
if you haven't thought through it, let's think through it.
I need somebody who's good with the finances. Not that I'm terrible with finances,
Okay.
but that is not my strong suit. My strong suit is in product design, innovation, and marketing. That's where my background is.
Mhm.
So I need someone financing. I'd love someone who has a background in sales, and the financing is mainly
Okay.
kind of what I'm looking for. That other strong piece of the puzzle for a founder.
Are you looking for someone who has maybe had a startup before and has exited and is looking and has some little more experience? You're looking for someone to go through this journey with you together?
Yes. If they've had a startup before and they've exited, they obviously have a ton of experience. That would be great. I definitely want someone who wants to be on the ground working with me. So not a silent partner of any
Okay.
kind. For funding wise, I will need angel investors and those things, but I'm looking for actually someone who wants to day in and day out work this with
Okay.
me and then grow our team. So does that answer
Fantastic,
your question?
yeah.
I know. Super
So
excited.
you're doing the Kickstarter now. How's that going?
It's going good. We just kicked it off, and I'm just we have some things we're doing to try and get more sales there.
Mm-hmm. What's the
I'd have to
Kickstarter deal?
I have to raise. Well, there's a certain amount that we need to raise,
Mhm.
and we're about 30% there. But with manufacturing, I need to raise about at least 95,000 just to manufacture and have a good amount of product just to
Mhm.
kind of get out there
Mhm.
first. And so that's what I'm looking to raise right now. But but as far as the company goes, I'm working with VC capitalists and trying to raise like 250.
Yeah, that's a good place to start, and I
Yeah.
think your Kickstarter will show it's a good way to test your product market fit. So
That's what we're kind of doing there.
and it sounds like you're on your way. How long has the Kickstarter been running?
So it's been running for 2 weeks, and it'll go until October 17th.
Okay, yeah, third of the way
Mhm.
there, 2 weeks in.
Yeah.
That's for not having major national media attention. I think you're doing really great. So.
I know. I have a really good team behind me, and a lot of people in my life are like, "This is a great idea," and so I'm really excited.
well, I don't know if you said this while I was messing around with the computer. Where did you come up with this idea? How did this come about?
I didn't say that. I went over to my parents' house. This is shortly after COVID, and they had some pill cases there on the table that were quite large. And my dad's like, "I've got to take my vitamin C and my vitamin D every day, and this and that. And your mom has me on this regimen so that if I catch COVID, I'll be better off." We're talking about this, and my mom said, "You need one of these pill cases," and I was like, "I am not carrying that thing around. Like, I'm too vain, I guess." I'm just messing, and I was like, I guess I do need one. And when I was driving home from their house, it was a road trip, so that's on the road trips you get to think a lot.
Mhm.
I was like, I need to design a beautiful pill case. I need to do this. And it's evolved. And the pill app, it just came to me like, we absolutely need an app. And I actually think that's probably the
Mhm.
more valuable part of this.
I
product.
agree. I think that's
Yeah.
I think that's really what's going to make this special is
For
that you've got the app.
But on that drive, I said, in my wildest dreams, I'd love to collaborate with Louis Vuitton. Because I was trying to explain to someone the level of beauty that I wanted in a pill case.
Okay.
And because it's not been done, I feel like I'm crazy.
Okay.
Jamie Kern Lima, excuse me, she wrote a book called Worthy, and chapter 3 says, "You're not crazy, you're just first." And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's how I feel. Because when I'm trying to explain it to people, they're like, well, that's kind of crazy.
Well,
but
I love
yeah.
how you're already thinking about the licensing play with Louis Vuitton, and I think that's brilliant. I think, and in fact, Kurt's talk is going on right now about where's my money, but he's
Yes.
he's probably over there talking over there right now about earned revenue from sponsors like a Louis Vuitton, where you might be able to do a design for them, and then they buy
All
a couple
right.
hundred of them, and that gets you seed money to get started, and you don't
Right.
even need an investor.
Let's do this. I'm heading right over to his talk right
Yeah,
after
I
this. so.
probably shouldn't be keeping you. You probably need to be over there.
I've been in his Fusion 42 for the whole month. Just really
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic.
Just infiltrated myself there. so
Have
I'm
you
excited.
done the pitch kung fu and
no,
all that yet?
I went to pitch Kung Fu this week and watched, And then I immediately messaged him and I was like, I can do this. So my goal this week is to make a video and then do pitch kung fu in about 2 weeks.
Perfect. I love to see founders getting the gas pedal down, because so many founders are, okay, I got to get everything ready. I got to get everything perfect. I need another week. I need another month. And you're just getting the gas pedal down. And I love that.
Well, you know what? I went full time with this summer, and this is what I'm doing. So I have to.
Awesome. All right. So what else should we know about you and Palulu?
Palula. You know what? I think you just need to know that I ran a small company right out of college. Excuse me. It was a small record label. So I'm super entrepreneurial spirited, and I'm doing this, and I'm excited. I took a break running that company with some life changes. I taught high school business, and I taught for 13 years, and now I've resigned from that to do this. So this is what I'm doing. And the other thing about Palula, I just forgot actually two things. The materials that I'm using, we're investing in materials that are biodegradable.
Okay.
Number one. I'm losing the name of it right now.
Eco-friendly?
Yeah, well, eco-friendly, but there's an actual name of this particular material. So that will be put in.
We love sustainable projects.
For sure. And then the second thing is definitely I want to find, I wanted to help with women's brain health. So, and aging, the aging brain and just the research on that it's a lot of money. And so with Palula, I would love to donate, a certain amount with every single Palula sold to women's brain health. So I'm kind of looking for some avenues to do that, and I've been in talks with some people about that. So this is really just like a community effort thing. I'm really excited about it.
Well, so first, if you're a singer and you're looking for a record label, holler at your girl. I don't know if she'll help you or not with that. More importantly, if you are a woman and you are interested in being a co-founder with Karami on this journey, hit her up. And if you are working with a nonprofit, you run a nonprofit, you're affiliated with a nonprofit for women's health, holla at your girl, because she'd love to have some discussions and see if she can partner with you.
For sure.
Anyone else that I left out on the who you want to partner with?
Hey, you know what? Just come and support Palula, and I'm sure we can partner together.
How can people support you?
Go on my Kickstarter and definitely buy one. And then if the Kickstarter happens to be over, you can sign up on our email list and just take a look at what we're doing. And when we get them out there into the market at the end of the year, go out there and buy one as well.
Well, I love to see, because when we talk about tech, the last decade or so, a lot of what we've talked about is software, and that's wonderful. But I love to see people doing hardware things, which is what I love about our robotics community here in Las Vegas, that we're also supporting with some of these kinds of media efforts. So people who are doing hardware things, people who are doing hardware paired with software kind of things, people who are trying to figure out how we all live better as human beings with robots and hardware and all that kind of stuff. I love those kinds of things. So I think what you're doing is great. I love to see people bringing hardware businesses to Las Vegas.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And one more thing, we are manufacturing in Nevada and Reno. So that's like a plus.
I wasn't going to put you on the spot, but I was going to ask made in America, but not only made in America.
Yes, that was a big thing for me. This has been a huge hurdle to climb, but that's why it's costing me so much to manufacture this first amount.
You are a perfect candidate for Startup NV. We just had Madeline on. So Dave has done an excellent job keeping her here for you. So
I know I better get here.
So
thank you so much,
Karami. We'll see you around later today, and we will do a longer interview with you on the Leader's Mindset as we maybe when your Kickstarter wraps up. We'll see how that went for you and talk about your experience there.
Okay, thank you so
Fantastic.
much.
Thank you so much.
Have a great one, Jason.
Come on over, Martin. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Good morning.
Good to see you. Tell us who you are. Don't leave out the part that you're a veteran, and tell us who you are and what you're working on.
Oh, cool. Hey, everyone. My name is Martin, and I'm the founder of Gulp It Out. I'm also a Navy vet and a freelance photojournalist in Las Vegas. So what I'm working on is I'm building a knowledge network, and I'm developing an app that helps stimulate neuroplasticity through short personalized self-introduction videos that help facilitate more meaningful connections and knowledge exchange.
Okay.
So I want to democratize knowledge and make I want to make knowledge more accessible for everyone.
So give me an example, because I know I was there at the Vets and Tech event the other night. You were recording videos with some of the folks who were there.
Yes.
You've already recorded a bunch of videos. So give us a really good example of one of these personal videos and how it helps exchange knowledge in the community.
Well, right now we have Google and like ChatGPT and AI to acquire knowledge. But for me, the best way to really acquire knowledge is to actually have conversations with somebody who has expertise on said subject, or just someone to throw ideas out and then get feedback. But who do you want to acquire knowledge from, right? So the best way to acquire knowledge from somebody you feel like who has credibility or you could trust is by watching them introduce themselves. So my platform, you'll be able to scroll and watch others introduce themselves, and then you catch you like whoever piques your idea. It's like catching a vibe on somebody by watching who they are, and then from that experience, if you want to connect with them, you'll be able to connect with them through like a one-on-one, like a FaceTime experience.
Yeah, I love the catching the vibe idea. That's a little different than how you started out with this a couple of years ago, right? So tell us why you started this. What was the seed of the idea? And let's work up to date on how we got to where we are today.
Okay. Well, I'm a solo entrepreneur, and so I'm usually alone a lot.
Like freelance photographer.
As a freelance photographer. And so I'm always seeking out to network, to exchange ideas, to get feedback on my photography, and to also find new clients. And I'm really building this for me. I wanted it to be easier for me to be able to connect with others who have same interests as I do. So then I could have, we could mastermind on ideas. And from there, it's like we have LinkedIn and we have other platforms where we could find others. But I feel like the time it takes to engage with somebody you want to really acquire knowledge from, there's too much friction on that. Like a lot of the times there'll be like either a paywall, or if you reach out to them, they'll never reach back. So I feel like I need a platform where I actually reach out to them, they'll respond right away.
Yeah, I remember when I first started getting involved in the startup community here in Las Vegas almost 10 years ago, and I would talk to a lot of founders, a lot of entrepreneurs. They'd be like, I'm going to reach out to Elon Musk to be my mentor because I know who that is, and I know he's done a great job with his company, and I'd like to be like him, right? Except the problem with that is Elon Musk is very busy and doing some very big and important things. And so I'm sure Elon Musk has people he mentors.
Yes.
But he might be tapped out on that. So not that Elon Musk doesn't want to be your mentor, it's just it's a little different. And also one of the things that I always used to talk to people about when they talked about seeking out mentors is, how do you know that's who you really want to be your mentor, right? Absolutely. Because mentorship isn't about just finding someone who's been down the road before. It's finding someone you build rapport with and can have real conversations with and can be a little vulnerable with and talk about where you're struggling. And so that's what this allows you to do is see people on video in their own words talking about, here's what I'm into. You want to talk to me? Let's talk, right?
Absolutely. And I love your use of word vulnerability, because it allows you to be vulnerable, because then from that, people could really get to know who you are and connect. I think that's the best way to connect with others.
Yeah, you don't need a mentor to help you with the stuff you've already figured out, right?
Right.
You don't need to go. I mean, it's great to share your wins with your mentor. If you've got a good mentor, they'll celebrate that with you. But where a mentor's really great is where you're struggling with a problem and they can give you not the answer but some advice to go in the right direction, or they can talk about, maybe you're not looking big picture enough. Maybe you're not, maybe there's a different way to think about your problem, right? And that's what your platform allows us to do, is to get to know people in a way that, oh, that's someone I'd really like to have a conversation with.
100%. And I also believe in the student-teacher mindset, which is where we learn from each other as well, right? Because yes, you could also be a mentor, but we're also mentees. You know, mentors need mentors as well. So I feel like we come together in this knowledge exchange community. I feel like we'll be able to the community will be able to be more open to wanting to share and be vulnerable. So not just the individual, but the whole community will allow themselves to
Mhm.
be vulnerable.
Yeah, so it's fantastic. So tell us, because when you and I first started talking about this journey, you were just starting to build your tech platform.
was.
And where are we at today now with the platform?
Right now, I've built a mobile prototype and a web app prototype, and I'm looking for beta testers actually. So
Okay.
I'm looking for people to be able to create their intro video, and then for me to receive feedback on their onboarding process so I could refine and make the experience even better.
Cool. So where can, if people are interested in being a mentor or finding a mentor, where can they go to get signed up and make their video?
Well, you could introduce yourself at beta.gulpitout.com. So that's beta.gulpitout.com.
All right, yeah. So go to that, email there, introduce yourself to Martin, and
It's a
he'll.
web app actually.
Oh, so it's just a web app.
So people on their desktop or on their mobile phone, they could create an intro video right now. It takes less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We watched. I didn't get a chance to do one the other night. We need to do one at some point, but I'll go jump in later today or
Cool.
sometime this weekend after I recover from hosting a stream all day
Absolutely.
and downloading and uploading videos. But yeah, we'll get in there and we will record some videos and we will build up your stable of mentors who can help people out with their problems. So. What's the path forward for Gulp It Out? What's the ideal forward? I know you've got a CTO you've got a tech guy who's helping you with your platform.
I do. Sonny Clark, he's my CTO. Currently, we are a two-man team, but we are focused on product and building the best experience for I like to call them contributors. We're all contributors, right? I don't
Love
like
it.
to call them users. So we're here for each other, and that's what it is. When you say mentors, we're all mentors, but we're mentees, so we're learning from each other. So that's kind of that's the community I want to that I am building, is this mindset that we're here for each other and everything else will come together. Will come together. after
Well,
that.
I think it's great. I can't wait to look in there and see the community of other contributors that are there.
Yeah.
I can't wait to build relationships with other folks through this platform because not just will I record a video to be a contributor to mentor others. I'm gonna be in there looking for mentors myself. So
Absolutely. And then if I could add, this is also a self-growth platform, because for me, I'm also growing. I'm not used to being in front of a camera or even putting myself out there because of the vulnerability. But then the more I do it, the more I become more comfortable, and that's also a skill that I'm building. So this is also for self-growth as well, putting ourselves out there.
It definitely takes time. If you have never seen yourself on camera before, that is a nightmare experience. I remember when I first started. Now I'm lucky if I remember to even put a shirt on for which nobody wants to see. But yeah, you will probably not like the first couple videos. That's okay. Keep doing it. You'll get more
That's what I
comfortable with
say.
it. So
I'm doing the same. So
yeah.
we're in the same journey together.
Yeah, awesome. What's the path forward?
The path forward? Well, the path
Business-wise, right?
Business-wise,
yeah.
yes. Well, the path forward is to build the community, to build a network where we have a multiple different perspectives and different expertise on there, so we could rely on each other. And then from there, once individuals, we build an individual community. I believe businesses, organizations, and like communities will see this and want to build their community, their small businesses or large businesses on Gulp, to where they will have like their employees or people part of their community on there, and that's where they'll be able to connect and learn each other. Because just like in Tech Alley, let's say Tech Alley builds a Tech Alley on Gulp. Everybody who wants to be part of Tech Alley, they would have to upload their intro video on Gulp, and then you could find people who are part of Tech Alley and learn who they are and connect there before even coming to on the third Saturday. They could already connect online right there. So
Yeah, so well, I love that idea. I love the idea of communities inside the bigger community. I love it. That's fantastic. So what else should we know? What else should we know about Martin? What's coming up? What should we be looking forward to?
We are well right now we're just wanting to refine the product. So I just want we're looking for beta testers to really give us that the feedback, so we can make their experience even better. So I'm looking for people who want to put themselves out there, who want to introduce themselves to the community and share their experiences and observations, and just be willing to to learn from each other. That's what right now.
Yep, another founder talking about trying to find their product market fit. I'm never going to stop saying it. You've got to work on product market fit, and Martin is setting an amazing example on how to do that. So tell them one more time where they can go get involved and record their videos and be part of the community.
Absolutely. You could go to beta.gulpitout.com, beta.gulpitout.com.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us today. Any last reattacks or alibis or anything you want to get out?
Well, don't be afraid. Don't be shy. You know, like me, just move forward with your thoughts and endeavors, and you know, everything will be fine. So.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of Tech Alley. You can still probably catch some of Kurt's talk if you're interested in that. And I know there's a bunch of other fabulous talks going on. Maybe if we've got them in it, I'll run down the schedule for the rest of the day. So, all right. Thanks for joining us,
Jason. Thank you so much. And
all right.
Thanks to Dave as well.
Yeah, always thanks to Dave.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
Thank you. What's up? Yeah, let me see if I can go get a cup of coffee, and you want to jump in the chair, and then when you guys are done, maybe I'll jump back on and do a rundown of what's coming up for the rest of the day. Cool.
And if you find anybody while you're down there, drag them up.
Yeah, of course.
Or you and I can just riff.
Yeah, I think actually you and I do need to riff. It's been a couple months since we've done a riff. So.
True.
So let me grab these.
All right. Do you need your phone,
His
sir?
name is David?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'll do is I'll go check all our streams.
Perfect. Yeah, one of them was a little fuzzy, but
They're
I don't know if it was on me.
Yeah, because we're pulling it on
Cool.
5G, and they definitely look fuzzy on here when I monitor them. That's why I turn them all off, because it's trying to pull on all the same internet.
Cool.
But the good news is we should be getting 4K recordings that we can use later.
Cool. All right. With that being said, we're gonna keep it rolling for you. I've been downstairs. I've been talking to different people. It was so refreshing to see so many familiar faces. Last month was one of the first Tech Alleys that I've actually had to miss. Even whenever I was doing a lot of stuff in the wedding industry, I would always try to make it down here, and at least, you know, stop by in the mornings, make some announcements, let everybody know what's going on. But for those of you that missed it, I was able to talk a little bit about Global Entrepreneurship Week and a very new role that I'm excited about. I'm now a pitch advisory board member with South by Southwest. So I'm still learning exactly what that's going to look like. But the most important thing is this is going to be another opportunity to build a bridge between Las Vegas, Nevada, the state of Nevada, and a powerful ecosystem like South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. So very excited about that. As I was downstairs, I was meeting a few different people, and I came across the next gentleman that I'm going to bring up here, David the Man. So we've got a David and a Dave. People always ask me if I go by David, and I only say only if I'm in trouble. But in this case, David is not in trouble. But we're gonna bring him up, and you may have caught him on some of the lives before. But David, nice to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
If you would, kind of let us know who you are and what you were working on, and then tell us a little bit of your story, because I know you're in an awkward, a bit of a strong transition right now.
Yeah.
So definitely want to share what you're working on, and we'll learn how people can connect with you and give you some feedback.
Okay. I spent over 2 years and put everything into my previous company, Reimagine Innovations, which was a security device company that created the catalytic converter alarm system. That was my first product, and unfortunately, I blame myself in marketing.
Sure.
It didn't sell.
Gotcha.
Looking back, I was marketing it as a engineer.
Okay.
Not as, you know, something
that solved the problem.
Exactly.
And what problem did that solve? What was the intention of what that device did?
On people's vehicles, the catalytic converters are highly valuable, and thieves have been going in and just cutting them out in seconds. This was an actual physical alarm system attached to the exhaust that would sound an alarm when happen.
Okay.
So immediate awareness.
Okay.
And based on that, I started working on another project for anti-theft of copper in city light poles.
Okay.
You know, the infrastructure is very important. It takes millions of dollars to replace the copper. People are so inconvenient with, you know, no power. Security is a big issue, you know, for neighborhoods and even driving. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get any traction behind that as well. And I think it was introduced too late, and the company just ran out of money.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, I lost my place too. So I am on the streets now. And having the creative mind that I've always treasured, it took me 3 days to come up with another idea.
Okay.
And this one is something I can do myself. A simple project where people would do scavenger hunts or like a Find Waldo type game.
Sure. Where's Waldo? Yeah.
And a casino history tour as well.
Okay.
All using a microcontroller that I made sure I had, at least had access to. And it took me, as I said, 3 days to come up with the idea. Another week to come up with the other games, to all based on the same hardware, and 2 days to write the app for it.
Gotcha.
Now, the app is my first app I ever did, so it's a little buggy. It's going to be about another week before it's more polished and be on the Play Store.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to have this thing up and running by the end of the month.
Okay. Now, here's so first of all, thanks so much for just being honest and candid. And it's no surprise that entrepreneurship is definitely not for everyone.
Yeah.
Because it can definitely take you from a place where you're safe and you're making money to, in your case, I mean, when some people say homeless, they say it as a metaphor, but you're saying that you're literally displaced. You're on the streets trying to figure out the next move. Here's some of my questions with, I'm going to go into a very sort of practical application for what you're doing. While your brain is fired and you found now another application for it, how do you intend on monetizing something like that?
Well, one of the smart things I did was when Reimagine Innovation ran out of money, I didn't dissolve the LLC. I didn't cancel the business license. I just need to reclassify it as entertainment and get the website up.
Sure.
Do a better job of marketing than I did with the catalytic converter. And, just try small because it is still just me and, living situation is not the best.
Yeah.
So, I just want to be able to get a few people, see if they're interested, if it's a viable business. And considering how low cost and easy it is to start, I would like to see other homeless people that I've met on the streets to actually get off the streets the same way.
Sure.
That's
Sure.
what I would like to see.
Well, when you look at different business models, and again, this is more of just trying to understanding the framework of it. A lot of times B2C is very hard, right? So business to client is hard because you're trying to first find that initial market. One of the favorite business models that I've always found is if you could figure out a B to B to C, right? So how do you sell your business or service to another business that has a specific network of clients? So you mentioned like games and things like that where people can find it. Is it if there's an organization or a business that focuses on tourism?
Yeah.
Right? And then so how do you sell your application to that group and then they disperse it to the client? So that's the B to B to C. I don't know if you've thought of that, but I'm also sitting here because like there's someone in my apartment complex. This is kind of separate from that. you said the catalytic converter thing and it just wasn't marketed well. Are there other applications where your device can help with the security of something else?
Yeah.
Because a lot of times that's where you get into the business to business, because businesses are always trying to make money or save money.
Mhm.
And if you're able to be a deterrent for theft or something like that in other applications, is there anything else that you've thought about using your device or application for?
Yes, and it is still patent pending, so there will be a patent on it. And I was actually in talks with a pool company to modify it to protect filters and pool pumps.
Okay.
So the technology is very versatile.
Nice.
Especially anything that is physically cut or removed.
Yeah.
That is what it is designed for. And unfortunately, working with that pool company, they just said they didn't have the time to go in it now because it was a summer season, busy season for pools, and just unfortunately no more money to sustain the company,
Gotcha.
to continue.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's man, you're definitely in a tough spot. So when it comes to how, so it sounds like you definitely need some data and research to see how the applications can work, or maybe even some creative feedback on ideas of what it could be used for. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So how would people connect with you? What's the easiest way to reach out and find you and connect to learn more?
Right now, LinkedIn is the best. It's David Rosales, and there's a bunch of us. There's so many. But the company behind it was Reimagine Innovations. That's still there. You can find it from the company to me.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good, man. Well, hopefully you'll be able to connect with some other great developers or some other people that may be able to understand what you're having. That's one of the best things about here at Tech Alley. It's not just showing up to learn; it's also showing up to connect. So hopefully, this broadcast will help some people find you and reach out to you. But sometimes there's nothing that replaces just getting down in the trenches with everybody. You might. I'm reading this really cool book called Super Communicators. And it's just a punctuation on what I've always believed about the power of building relationships and networking. But the right conversation at the right time can change everything.
Oh, yeah.
So so I definitely hope you make it down to some of the presentations. I know there's a lot of agile meetups and different things going on downstairs, and hopefully you might have the connective piece that helps bridge the gap for somebody else that's holding them back from making money, and you might be that magic one that they need.
Yeah. And I this is my 7th time. I've been here 7 months in a row, and it's a great place. It really is. I love meeting the people. The seminars are always get something out of it. Even if it's just something that you knew, but you looked at it different.
Absolutely. Yeah, and there's new people showing up all the time, especially since the weather's nice. So if you're looking for something to do on a beautiful day right here at Taverna Costera, you would be in the heart of Tech Alley. So come down, check it out. And David, thanks so much for coming on board, my friend.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Looks like we're still streaming, so.
All right. Now we've got... What's that?
How we doing?
Good.
How we doing?
Everything's great.
Yeah.
Weather's definitely a lot better. I missed last month, and I'm honestly I'm kind of glad that I did.
We had great guests, but weather-wise, you did not miss much.
Yeah, right.
I was like, guys, fingers crossed, we might be below 110. Nope.
Yep. Somebody posted even the 10th. I think it was on my birthday. Somebody posted. Yeah, it's funny how people get excited about fall, and then we're still in 100 plus weather. So. That cracks me up.
All right. So what I'm going to do is we've got someone waiting.
Cool.
So why don't actually looks like we've got a couple people waiting.
Yep.
So yeah, those are some of your students. We're going to bring them on too.
Cool.
So let's switch chairs here.
Yep. Gotcha.
And then what I'm going to do is do a quick rundown of what's coming up for the rest of what's going on right now, what's coming up for the rest of the day, and then we'll do another interview. Then we'll bring Dave on to do a little catch up because it's been 2 months since we caught up with Dave Berlin on this stream anyway. So, all right. I'm going to need my glasses coming out because I'm an old guy. Come on in and sit down. Get yourself close to the microphone. I am going to look for Josh's email of what's happening today. Where are you? Joshua Levitt, Meetup, Tech and Startup Scene, tomorrow's 9/21 Tech Alley agenda and updates. So we had our kickoff at 10 a.m., networking and coffee. Right now, the 11 a.m., there's still time to catch those. They run till about 12:15. So we've got Who's Got My Money with Kurt Walker in the theater. We've got Innovation Essentials hosted by Rachel Gomez Autry in Suite 150 from UNLV. Agile NV, Will Wang in Suite 145, and the Las Vegas AI Meetup. Timothy May, Suite 155. I don't think I mentioned it. Kurt is in the theater. Then we're going to do, we have a wonderful free lunch for you here if you want to come down. 12:15 here at Taverna Costera, our location, food, and beverage sponsors for Tech Alley since the very beginning. So then at 1:15, the second round of meetups will start. We're getting Josh Stacy is hosting Demo Time in the theater. That is always a crowd pleaser. If you're interested in seeing the latest and greatest projects that people are working on in the Las Vegas tech community, come on down to Demo Time. Victory is hosting the Drones Meetup in Suite 145. Jackson Wright, he is a crowd pleaser all the time as well, is doing social marketing in Suite 155. And then Valerie Kana is doing user experience and product design. I don't think I've seen her do one before. I might have to break out to go see that one. That sounds very exciting. And then we've got the third round of meetups at 2:45, Tech Alley Youth Hour with our friend of the podcast, Lee Jackson. We love her so much. We need to get her back on here. If you see her running around today, please send her up to me.
Will do.
Josh Copeland, a perennial favorite, Vegas Programmers, talking about coding and all the good stuff there. James Roop, also a crowd pleaser and perennial favorite with blockchain and self-custody. In the Journey Gallery, the JNRY Gallery, which is a new venue we've just picked up across the courtyard here at Taverna. And then the Zoho folks are doing a Zoho HR overview. And then my good friend Eric Lacasse, who, full disclosure, does my SEO for my company, but also good friend of the podcast and good friend of Tech Alley, is doing the untold truth about search engine optimization in Suite 150. And then we wrap it up at 4 p.m. So that's what's going on. If you're in Las Vegas, if you're interested in any of those things, if you're interested in tech, if you're interested in getting to know tech founders, tech investors, just interested in getting to know people in the tech community, come on down. We are at the corner of Charleston and Main in downtown Las Vegas. Taverna Costera is the center of everything. So come on down. We'd love to see you here. If you can't make it today, but you're going to be in Vegas next month, we're the third Saturday of every month here in downtown Las Vegas. So now that the housekeeping is over, tell us who you are. Tell us what you're into. Tell us what brings you here today. Is this yours or mine?
It's yours.
Okay, good.
So I am Roger Mayo, and I am a computer science teacher at Advanced Technologies Academy. And I got invited to come out and help at Tech Alley one time, and I've been here ever since.
You've been here before I started coming.
Yes, so I've been here. I believe Tech Alley was running for a couple of months before I found out about it, and then I've been here ever since. There's a couple of months that I've had to miss due to family events or other stuff, but I'm here consistently.
As I said before, a perennial favorite. So
yes. My goal as an educator is to always try to find opportunities for my students to be able to get job shadowing opportunities, internships, pretty much my senior class of students. I strive to have them get what's called professional development in any way possible, building resumes, cover letters, building a business card. Like they have over 40 different ways to acquire that professional development, and we keep adding to it. And whenever they have a new idea of something that they feel will benefit them, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about the Las Vegas tech community is that's constantly surprising us. And there are things going on in this community that nobody knows about, even as tied in sometimes as everybody in this group is. I just found out about, we have like 3 or 4 hardware building robotics companies right here in Las Vegas. and knowing about that is great because it's all about showing people that there are opportunities for tech careers, tech jobs, tech investment here in Las Vegas. So it's just amazing to see that. I love that you're doing that with your students, is showing them, look, there are opportunities here for you that your parents might not know about, that you've been living here your whole lives. You may not know that these opportunities exist. And if you're interested in these kinds of things, you don't need to leave Las Vegas to go be part of them. So tell us a little bit about, I forgot the name. What's the name of your school that you teach at?
It's called Advanced Technologies Academy.
Okay, tell us about Advanced Technologies Academy.
To start with, it is the #1 high school in the state of Nevada. U.S. News and World Report actually puts us up in the mid-100 across the country.
Just for context, if U.S. News and World Report puts you anywhere, you're doing pretty good because they don't put everybody on the list.
Yep. And so we are a magnet school. There is a lottery that they have to apply to up to 3 different spots that they can choose, whether it's engineering, computer science, cybersecurity. There's, I think, 8 programs now. We just added digital game development.
How long has the school been around?
Oh, I am horrible with dates and times, but 2002-ish? 1994.
1994.
My students are helping me out. So
well, that's what students are great for, right? They keep us honest. So and so you are teaching computer science. You're teaching coding.
And also we have 1 class of blockchain.
And blockchain, awesome. So what languages do you teach your students to program
in? We start with Java, and then there's one where we do some JavaScript. And we also have, this year, the students chose also C++ to get prepared for a test that they'll be able to bypass a class in college.
Okay, so you guys are doing AP prep for advanced placement classes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Very cool. I didn't know they were still doing C++. I think they were doing C when I was in high school for I didn't take AP computer science, but I think it was C, maybe it was C++. I don't remember. I didn't take it, so I don't know. But I'm amazed at the staying power of C++.
Yeah, and so at the university, that is the first couple of courses are in C++. And so we're the only high school in the country that gets recruited from that college for computer science specifically.
That's fantastic.
We'll get to go take a test and tour the campus and enjoy some food with them and get to meet some of the professors.
I love it. Well, you've been coming to Tech Alley a long time. You know that there's a lot of non-technical founders who are looking for smart people who can help them code up their platform. I'm looking at three young men over there who might be future CTOs or co-founders of companies very, very quickly here.
Oh, I believe it. They're fantastic. And so today we have some that have come out to Tech Alley. There was a guest speaker in our class, Alan Wynn, who invited some other guest speakers to come and talk in my classroom. And the things that were shared during that guest speaking was like, hey, come out to Tech Alley. It's actually very worthwhile. You should go approach people about job shadowing and getting internships. And
not just job shadowing. Can I be your CTO?
Yeah.
There are people here today who are looking for a CTO. I guarantee it. So
I've been working with my students since Tech Alley pretty much opened, encouraging them to come out and get involved in the community.
Well, we love to see it. What kind of projects are your students working on? Because we're halfway through the semester now, right?
Yep. So we've got about a little over halfway through the first quarter, and what's taken place is my senior class, they actually have any project they want to do. It is completely open. Any language, like it is completely them. Many of them are involved in a club or an organization called TSA, Technology Student Association, or FBLA or DECA or Skills. And
love to see it.
They get to build a project and actually then compete. And TSA in the state of Nevada has only been around now this is the second year officially being recognized by the state. So
very cool.
Some of their projects are pretty good.
Can you give us any examples, or is it all a secret right now?
I can ask
if that student over there wants to have me talk about their project. Is it okay for me to talk about your scheduling project? Okay, so got permission. So what's taking place is when we try to build a master schedule at the school, the software will allow you to say, hey, okay, I want to put in the computer science classes, I want to put in the business classes, engineering. And so as you add more, it becomes more and more complicated.
It's like one of those little number puzzles that just keeps constantly getting bigger, right? There's one empty square, but it just keeps getting bigger.
Yep. And so then what ends up taking place is once you've added all the students, now this student needs to be moved because it doesn't fit their schedule. And so you might end up with like 45 students in one class and 15 in another.
Yep.
And so what they were trying to do was actually to write a program that would be that scheduler that would actually balance the classes as it went.
Cool. Are they using AI?
And so that I can't tell you.
Okay, that's a secret.
Yeah,
that's a
up to them.
secret. But
So,
but I will take that as these young students are very interested in AI and using AI to solve problems, which I love to hear. So
that was actually our guest speaker. It was amazing. We got to go through and actually help them kind of decide a career path based off of their interest and some like what do they actually need to make decisions.
Very
So,
cool. I love that
really
you're
good.
not just talking about the hard skills of the coding, but the soft skills of building a career path for yourself. So what's some of the career advice you give to these? I mean, we've got three young men here who look very talented and good at what they do. What's some of the career advice you give to them?
I encourage them to come out to events like Tech Alley, get involved, don't just come, but actually go talk to people. Try to find out what it is that they truly want to do.
Yeah,
right?
awesome.
And for some students that come into my class, they get to me and it's like, I don't want to do computer science. And I'm like, that's fine. That's totally,
You learn
totally
something.
great.
You learn something, which is what school is all about.
You learn how to problem solve, and you're going to use your problem solving skills in any profession you ever have, right? So
Yep.
one of my students from about 20 years ago, he became a welder. And I ran into him again, had him over for dinner, and ended up that he's like, Mr. Mayo, I'm a welder, and I use my programming skills every day. I'm like, what? Yeah, it's a step-by-step process. You got to actually, you can't apply the heat until the metal's there. You got to, yeah, so it was just awesome. Fantastic.
I love it. I love it when it all comes together like that. So what advice for young folks who are kind of these age or even a little younger, thinking about careers in tech or especially computer science, coding, that kind of thing, or for folks who may be like, I'm curious about this, what advice do you have for folks who are interested in getting into the tech world or specifically getting into coding?
A few years ago, I had quite a few guest speakers in my room. They're actually approached by my students, and the students invite them to come. And one of the questions they would always ask is, if you were my age and you had it to do all over again, what would you do? And every answer is significantly different of those guest speakers. For me, I encourage them to just be there for other people. Like, make your connections with people, right? And like any opportunity you have to go and like actually help or getting your skills, sure, but it's about the way you treat people is going to take you so far.
It's all about relationships. It's all about community. So where can everyone find more information about you, about ATech, about Tech Alley?
I believe our website is www.atech.org. And so they can find more information there. And then Tech Alley, I honestly don't know. But
It's techalley.org. You can actually click on the Live from Tech Alley link right on this live stream, and that will take you right to the Tech Alley website. And then I know on Instagram they are Tech Alley events. So
and the way that I've normally gotten to them is through meetup.com.
Yep.
And found through that way.
Search on Tech Alley. It's good for their search results if you search for it. So go ahead and do that. So,
Yeah.
so anything else you want us to know before we let you go?
No.
I know you've got a lot to do today. So.
Yep. Thank you, Jason.
All right. Thank you, Roger.
Appreciate you.
We'll see you. Okay. Mr. Berlin, come join me. Actually, come on over and join me, but I'm going to check this ice pack and see how we're doing on this camera. We don't need any cameras over here today. It's time for a new ice pack.
Hi-ya! Oh, the technologies. Is the camera getting hot?
It's not, but I'm just not taking any chances
Right.
today. So are we still... Here, let me switch with you.
Switching.
Let me switch with you just so I can check a couple of things. On our live stream. I got to get myself an intern so someone else could be looking at, this computer screen and soundboard.
Right.
But
yeah, we need to get
here
some
we
interns. I
are.
bet we can.
We can actually. Sophia sent me a link, and yeah, we're doing good.
Was that through the UNLV thing? or
It's
something?
I think it's through a bigger platform, but I think it connects us
Oh,
to
I know what you're
UNLV.
talking about. I
Yeah.
heard about that.
Yeah, Sophia is really excited about it. Sophia, for those who are not listening, is our a video producer that we work with. I've worked on stuff with my company with her. You've worked on projects in the past. We work on some other projects. She is with family right now, and I hope that's all going well.
Yep.
So we wish, we miss you. We miss you, Sophia. I don't know if you're watching, but we miss you. So
we miss you.
So-
The funniest part about that is she could be standing right behind the camera and no one would ever know. She never lets herself be on camera.
She never lets. I caught her in a B-roll
yeah,
thing
did you?
once, though. I think it was actually something you caught, and I was like, "Look here."
She's a real person.
Yeah. So I'm not making her up. I promise. So before we go on,
Yeah.
we were talking with Roger about what's the advice you give these young folks. He said a lot of the question they ask is, if you know what you know now, if you could go back to my age as a teenage, in this case we had 3 young gentlemen here, but if you go back to being a young teenager, knowing what you know now, what would you do different, or what advice would you give to young teenagers? What advice would you give to young teenagers at this point?
So it's funny that you say that, because I think about giving advice to young teenagers. I also think about giving advice to myself, right?
I know you do.
And it's funny because a lot of people don't know this, as if I don't do enough. When I first got back from the military, I actually worked with teenagers.
I remember.
I was a drill instructor for at-risk youth. So the only advice I gave to them was shut up and stand at attention. But
which,
now,
to be fair, sometimes is the right
Yeah,
advice to give
right.
to a teenage boy.
Yeah.
There were plenty of
Yeah.
times when I was a teenage boy that
Yeah.
someone should have given me that
Yeah.
advice and didn't, or did, and I'm grateful for it.
But no, the advice would be the same that I give to a lot of adults, right? And it's just never stop learning. I would say never stop learning. Always have your hands open to receive, and get more advice. The little cliche ones, right, are like, if you go to ask people for money, you'll get advice. If you go and ask for advice, a lot of times they'll help.
They
lead you to
might
money.
give you money, so
Yeah,
or
so
get
it's just,
or help you get some.
But when it comes to growth and all that stuff, it really comes down to always be learning. And I didn't start reading books until I was 30.
Mm-hmm.
And if I told you what happened from the time
This
I
is
turned
all on an
30
episode of the Leader's Mindset.
It is, isn't it? That's right. Yeah, it's very much the same the same advice.
Watch the Leader's Mindset.
Just keep learning. If I told people what happened between the time that I read Think and Grow Rich when I was 30 years old to now, it sounds like a twisted side quest Forrest Gump on psychedelics journey.
Mhm. What are you reading now?
So a couple things. One, I'm reading this really great book called Super Connector. Or no. Yes.
Super Connectors. It's in my.
no.
I'm waiting for it from the
Is it
library.
Super Communicators. That's
Yes,
it,
that's
yeah.
the one I'm waiting for from the library.
Super Communicators. And again, I'm still just in that first chapter because I'm digesting all of it. But the whole premise of it, we were talking to David Rosales earlier, and I was like, hey man, great story. Jump downstairs and go meet people, because what I've learned, and this is in the book, is the right conversation at the right time can change everything.
Talk to everyone.
Yeah.
Talk to everyone.
Yep.
So, Super Communicators, I'm waiting to get. I had it. I didn't have time to read it the last time I got it from the library. I'm waiting for it to get delivered again. I'm like 15th on the list, but I get a lot of my books through the library because one, I read a lot of ebooks because I don't like the clutter in my house of all the books, and it gets kind of expensive.
I
so
love the clutter.
So I know you like it. I mean, if you've ever done like a Zoom call with Dave or a Google Meet call with Dave, he sits purposely so that he's got like these stacks of books like right next to him, and he doesn't quite lean on them like a back of a dust jacket pose for a book, but it's like, this is what I'm reading right now. Shouldn't you be reading these as well?
We need to do that Burt Reynolds version of it. Where
Yeah,
it's just
not
like
please,
me.
not the Burt Reynolds version. Some of you may be too young to know what we're talking about. Do not go Google Burt Reynolds.
Oh, speaking of, we'll do a little show and tell.
Yeah, go get it. Grab it.
This is the newest addition to the family. I thought to myself for my birthday, should I get a new pet? And that's just too much responsibility. But I did.
I mean, you kind of did get a new pet.
I did add this guy to the equation.
So what are we looking at here? Is this a vintage guy?
Yeah, this is like a remake of the vintage. So this is Bluetooth, but it does have a plug-in as well. This only takes 60 batteries. When I got this one, I didn't know how.
For those of you who are under 30, D batteries are things we used to put into electronic devices that had the power before we had like rechargeable batteries and everything.
Now, the interesting thing about this is it's actually smaller than I thought. Now,
it's tiny, yeah.
The good thing about that is it fits in my backpack if I need it to, but I can also take this carry-on.
Yeah.
So I'll be traveling with this baby a little bit.
Which has to be fun for people on the airplane, because someone wakes up after a flight and sees you pull that out of their carry-on, and they're like, "Is this one of those things where we just flew through a wormhole? We went back in time."
Yeah, right. But yeah, so that's been fun. Yeah.
So cool. So you have been up to a ton of things besides buying boom boxes and reading books like always.
Yeah.
You have been up to a ton of things. What have you been up to?
Yeah, the new title, and I say this will be the last one.
I don't believe it.
It needs to be. It needs to be. Please help me. If you hear me come up with another title, I need to do like just a bounty on myself. Like if. Like,
you know what?
We also do
you know
this
what?
thing-
You want to do the thing where you give me like $100.
Yeah, exactly right.
And if you come up with a new title, I get to keep that $100.
Exactly, yeah.
And if you go like 6 months without coming up with a new title, I'll give it back.
Yeah.
I'll just like stick it on under a magnet on my fridge.
Yep.
But if you come up with a new title, I get your $100.
I may have to. I have $100 right now. No, that's actually yes. Please, I need that level of accountability in my life. But here's the thing. So yes, new title.
We'll donate the $100 to a charity that Dave hates. I won't really take his money.
We'll give it to the opposite party. So took a new title. This one is a really important one though, as they all are, right? And believe it or not, I actually do say no to things. But
now you do.
This one was really hard to say no to, but I recently became an advisory, a pitch advisory board member for South by Southwest.
Yeah.
So the element of South by Southwest that is the pitch competition.
Yep.
By the way, they are taking applications until November 3rd.
Yeah. So if you
I'm now volunteered to say that everywhere
So
I go.
most of our audience probably has a good handle on what South by Southwest is, but for those who don't, fill us in on South by Southwest.
And this is the great part of that, right? And I do have some familiarity with it, but 2025 is the one that I'm on the pitch advisory board for. This will be my first time to attend because
Everyone write Dave and tell him to get me a pass.
yeah, right. I'm working on it. I will get a platinum pass, which is great. But yeah, so South by Southwest is a very large tech conference and festival, if you will, in Austin, Texas. It's coming up in March. And the powerful thing about that event is it is very much the epicenter of all things tech innovation and community for that whole, not just for Austin, Texas, but it really does bring people from all around the world. It's notably a large tech conference, not just in Austin, but across the United States, around the world. So a lot of people come from all over.
Type in the comments if you want Dave to get us press credentials so we can cover South by Southwest for you.
I mean, to be really honest, there's a lot of opportunity. There's probably a way that we can carve that out.
I have no doubt. It's just a matter of can we really pull it off with all the things we have going on. So
yeah, we'll see. I think part of that, how we actually get there, we're in a leap pad game right now, leading up to that. People ask, okay, what does that lift look like? And, to be really honest, it is a lift, but it doesn't really get heavy until, believe it or not, the very week after Global Entrepreneurship Week. And for that's where the lift gets heavy. And I've got to review a little over 100, maybe 120 pitch decks to review to see who's going to make the cut to get into South by Southwest. Just to be really honest, this is not my opinion. I'm actually going through a grading system to just make sure that all of the decks met the basic requirements of South by Southwest. This isn't, I really like this one, I think this one should win. So please, if you want to try to slide into my DMs, I'm going to come up with a template response where this isn't Dave's opinion. It's really just a filter system. But as you can imagine, there's so many pitch decks that come in for people trying to apply for South by Southwest. It's kind of like, did they meet all the basic requirements? Did they check all the boxes? Yes.
I mean, slide into Dave's DMs if you want to be friends. Just understand that is not going to help you with your pitch deck. So
exactly. So that is the newest one. Now, why did I do that? One, I even asked the lady, Michelle Murdo. I was like, does this cool thing that I could put on LinkedIn? She goes, absolutely. And I was like, cool.
If you dare.
Yeah. Well, and that does help, but more importantly than that, it's just not about the cool titles. I truly believe that one, it helps open up doors, because when I talk sometimes about Global Entrepreneurship Week, people don't know exactly what that is. A lot more people have heard of South by Southwest, and it just kind of helps people's shoulders roll back. And then they're like, oh, okay. It's kind of like the veteran thing, right?
Yep.
If I tried to explain to people what I do, they're just like, it doesn't make sense. And then I say, I do this for veterans, and they're like, oh. And
okay, we'll come down and take a look in a little bit.
Yeah. So they have, so with that, it's really just a great opportunity for us to, for me to open up more doors for not just veterans, but entrepreneurs, builders, ecosystem builders here in our community, but it'll also help build a bridge between here and communities like Austin, Texas.
Love it.
Yep.
Love it. And I know we are really excited about trying to build community with Tulsa, Oklahoma as well.
Absolutely.
There are a lot of great cities who have a lot of great startup communities, tech communities that a lot of people don't know about. And that is something that some of us here in Vegas are trying to do, is to build those relationships and honestly get a little bit of mentoring and a little bit of advice from it's great to get advice from Silicon Valley, but sometimes it's a little more helpful to get advice from a community that's just one step ahead as opposed to 20 steps down the road, right?
Well, and that kind of goes back to, we'll do a little recap if you're good with that.
Yes, I was going to ask you about, we've talked about GEW before, but give us the quick 50 words or less rundown on GEW, and then what's been happening since last we talked.
Yeah, because I believe the last time we were here was July.
Last time you were here was July.
Last time I was here.
Sweating here in August.
You were here in August, but July, was that before or after? Was that part of?
I want to say before.
That was part of Freedom Week. Yeah, so
it was right after Freedom Week.
Yeah, so this is actually perfect. So
and I don't even know if we got to run that down.
Yeah,
because I think we talked about Freedom Week coming up when we were here in June.
Yep.
I don't know if we got to run down Freedom Week.
Yeah, so I'll give the broad strokes. We are 58 days away from Global Entrepreneurship Week. And what is Global Entrepreneurship Week? Global Entrepreneurship Week is an international organization to celebrate global entrepreneurship and encourage people to embrace it. The theme this year is entrepreneurship is for everyone. And what this is it's 10,000 events all around the world, all the same week. right? All the same week in November. It's November 18th through the 24th. Mark your calendars, 58 days away.
Yeah, if you're not in Vegas, check it out to see if in your city they're doing GEW. If they're not doing it in your city, they're probably doing it in a city very close to you. And if they're not doing it anywhere close to you and you're coming to Vegas, coming out for GEW here and see how we do it here.
Yep. GEW.co. That's going to help everybody connect on a national or global level. And then if you're looking for something here in Nevada, GEWnevada.com. But yeah, so 10,000 events. Imagine that for a second. 10,000 events, all happening around the world, all happening the same week. That's very powerful, right? That's a way to really put a spotlight on some of the things that are happening going on in the community. So that's a really powerful event. Now, I'm the state coordinator for Global Entrepreneurship Week here in Nevada. So what that means is my responsibility is to help catalyze events across the state of Nevada. How does that happen? Well, it happens with great volunteers, like you're on the committee. We've got people that also volunteer in the role as community organizers. So the idea is
you want to shout those folks out?
Yeah, we want to try and find somebody in each city that has a full government, because they generally have like economic development. They have kind of committees and things like that around that city that can really help leverage that. So the community organizers that we have Nadia Russo here in Las Vegas. We have Elias Benjaloon in North Las Vegas. We added Ben Ben came on from Henderson.
Ben Lasky, Hunter
Yep,
Marketing.
Ben Lasky. And then we also have a new one, and this is one that I'm really excited about for a couple of reasons. Her name's Lourdes Madrigal. She's a veteran, which you know how I love the celebrating veterans and entrepreneurship. But she actually works for the state. She's part of the Veteran Business Outreach Center in Reno. So she's, for lack of a better term, I like to say she's the Dave up in Reno, and that's really what we needed to build a strong.
No offense intended, Lourdes.
Yeah, we needed that strong bridge to be built between Reno and Vegas. So now we have connected the North and the South, which that only helps us in our initiatives with all the support that we're getting from the Governor's Office of Economic Development, the Lieutenant Governor's Office of Small Business. So we're really moving things very far forward. So here's the projection is, here we are.
And Lauren's on your committee as well, right?
Lauren's on the committee.
Yep.
We've got Lauren Jones on the committee. And then there's a few other people that are very interested about coming on the committee. So excited about that. And then you're stepping in on the committee as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to fill in a little, helping out with the veterans entrepreneurship
Yep.
role, so you can focus on the state role.
And what we're looking to do to really build a diverse committee, Global Entrepreneurship Week gives us a lot of great information for very specific entrepreneur groups. So because there are certain groups that they've identified, they want to maximize the way that we reach out to those, right? So we have the so there's veteran entrepreneurs, right? Which you kind of carry that torch. We have encore entrepreneurs, which I didn't even know was a thing until last year. Those are people that have retired in their business or life, and now they're starting businesses in retirement. You also have Black entrepreneurs, Asian entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, chambers of commerce, education groups, all of these different subgroups, and we want to really create a strong community. Who are the top people in those segmented audiences that can really benefit from this? So that's one big shift that we're working on. So now, if that's all we were doing, we're on par with the course, right? Here we are, 58 days out. We're starting to get some dates up on the calendar, which is going to start, creating some of that national and international sort of friendly competition.
Yeah,
who's leading the way?
We like to beat par here in Las Vegas.
And here's how we've done that in a way that no one else has done this year. We got a proclamation signed by the governor's office to actually formally declare Global Entrepreneurship Week for the state of Nevada, right? So what does that mean? What does that mean for us? Is that means that now the world is watching to see what happens here in Nevada, right? And to add a little bit of gravity to that, we talked about it in June. I got a little rogue. I go rogue sometimes, and the reason why I do that is, you know what? I'm just gonna go live on my Instagram.
I'll tell you what, because what I want to do is I want to get Kurt on, and I also James Roop as a space for us to look at for
cool.
next month. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to get Kurt on.
Cool.
If you would go find James, go take a look at that space next door.
Gotcha.
And then come back and we'll grab some lunch while you're down there.
Let's do
and
it.
then come swap out.
Well,
And
luckily,
then you
luckily
can,
Kurt can talk for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope he does. But yeah, and then when you come back, we'll swap out and you can sit down and talk with James Ritchie, friend of the show, and talk about what he's doing at JewelFit and the robotics community. But Kurt Walker, how the hell are you? Where's my money?
Who's got my money?
Who's got my money?
That's right. That's right. Doing well.
So we
Doing
missed you last month, but you sent a friend.
That was, I think
Was that last month or the month
That was
before?
in July. So
God.
we're moving.
I can't
quick.
even
We're
keep
moving
stuff
quick.
straight.
Yep. So the most exciting thing that we've got going on at Fusion 42, which is the community for founders that want to get market ready and raise ready to
Mhm.
fundraise, is I have been doing a ton of interviews with the world's best fundraisers.
Love it.
So I'm many interviews in already. I'll probably end up doing 50 plus. And we've got 3 days of action planned the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th of December.
Excellent.
For founders to come learn from exited founders, VCs, family offices, high net worth individuals that have built massive companies and are the best of the best of the best at fundraising.
I love it, and I love the mentorship and the learning and the experts teaching new folks how to
Yeah.
do it. You know, I'm really big on that. And just as an aside, we had Karami on just a little earlier. She couldn't say enough good things about Fusion 42.
For the love of startups.
Yeah, for the love of startups. So she broke it here. She's like, I can do that. I'm getting my pitch ready. I'm trying to go in 2 weeks. So
That's great.
So yeah,
We love
she's
it.
excited. She's
Yeah.
getting ready to come.
She's getting ready
to do pitch kung fu.
She is. She's getting ready for that. She's starting to build up the courage to go rock the danger room and start getting
Love it.
feedback in there
Love
and
it.
all that. So
I love every bit of it. So.
Yeah, so we love to just let everybody know we've got early sign up. If people want to come join the Telegram group and get real-time feedback on whatever it is they're working on with their startup, it's fusion-42.com.
The number 42, right?
Yep,
Yep.
fusion-42.com.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, awesome.
All
And
right, see you soon.
Cool. Well,
And I'll-
we'll throw James Ritchie up here since I'm
Absolutely.
still waiting for Dave Berlin to come back. But thank you, Kurt Walker. He's always helping us find entrepreneurs find that funding, and not just that equity investment kind of funding. Lots of different kinds of funding where you may be able to get that relationship built with a big company who buys your product or buys your service, and you can raise your money that way without giving up equity. So, James Ritchie.
How are you?
How are you doing? Good to see you. This is like
Good.
2 days in a row, or I think we had a day in between. But
I think I see you every week.
I love it. I'm glad we do. So tell us what you have going on.
Well, I just got out of a Fusion 42 Where's My Money with Kurt Walker, and a shameless plug. I go every week because I keep learning. So I think he is going to be the guy that turns Vegas around.
Yeah,
I believe that. He'll be an overnight success very quickly.
That is I love doing this live stream, but one of the things that I miss is being able to go to the talks, and especially Kurt's talk, because I learn every month as well. So you're learning who's got your money.
That's right.
So how are you applying those lessons to your company, JewelFit?
Before I met Kirk and his group, I thought VC was the only answer. I thought that VC was all of the money, and it turns out they're less than 4% of all the money invested every year. And at one of his events, like right now, I have a gentleman that walked up to me and asked me if I had the guy with the robotic equipment. We're good friends now, and he has a company that underwrites bonds. And so we're going through that process now. It may or may not
Fantastic.
work, but I never would have considered that a possibility if it wouldn't have been for what Kurt's doing with Fusion 42.
Yeah,
So it's-
fantastic.
And I actually met this gentleman at one of his events. So for me, this could be the biggest home run ever, but time will tell.
Well, what's great is folks like Kurt are coming in and they are helping us develop not just the ideas, not just the tech, but they're helping develop the real glue that holds a tech community together, to include where the money comes from. And that's an aspect we didn't have here 2 or 3 years ago. So it's really great.
The big difference that I'm seeing, and I've been attending for 3 years now, every event possible, is that it's a group that you feel like they actually care about you.
Mhm.
They want to see you succeed. It's not just about, can I fund you and send you off on your way? They want you to succeed, and they want you to be a funder. And that's my goal, is found JewelFit, and then eventually I want to be funding.
Founders becoming funders,
That's
right?
right.
I love that idea. The first time I heard Kurt say that, I said, yes, that's the concept, the attitude that no one was talking about in Vegas before, of not just investing in funders to get an ROI on the investment, but investing in founders in the community to become the funders of the future and the mentors of the future for those entrepreneurs who are just coming up now. So it's fantastic.
Exactly.
So what's going on with JewelFit?
JewelFit, we're at 8400 West Sunset. Come and try a workout you've never seen before.
Yeah.
It's free to the public right now.
Mhm.
We have been limiting it to the startup community
Mhm.
and to funders, but if you're interested in fitness, come and try the workout.
Yeah, if you're interested in fitness, if you're interested in robotics, if you're interested in both, if you're just interested in seeing something cool that you've never seen before, come on down, 8400 West Sunset. You're on the third floor?
On the third floor of
On the third
Blackfire.
floor. And how can they reach out to you to set that up?
Go to jewelfit.ai
Mhm.
and you can put your contact information there and I'll reach out to you.
Yep. So what's the path to the future? You kind of got your one location here right now. You're testing it out. You're showing people. Where are we taking this? What's the path to world domination here?
In our next round, we will open the flagship location. This is 2,000 to 3,000 square foot. We go
Mhm.
into a strip mall. We have 3 circuits.
Mhm. Are we doing that in Vegas?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. And I mean, eventually 12 to 16 locations will be in the valley. You're not going to drive 45 minutes to work out for 15. So we're using the Starbucks model.
Love it.
I'm going to be within 7.8 miles of every house in the valley. And then we will start scale after we get 5 locations in Vegas, we will start scaling out Arizona. I've got a commitment there and maybe one
Okay.
in California.
Outstanding.
So the goal is, depending on how quickly and how much we get funded, the goal is 10,000 units in 10 years. Never
Love it.
been done in fitness. Restaurants have done it.
Mhm.
So it's going to take a lot of money and it's going to take a great team and a lot of fun.
We talked about the path to world domination. We talked about where people can find you. We talked about the funding. I don't think today, I know we've talked about it before, but I don't think today we've talked about what JewelFit is. And you talked about coming in to work out for 15 minutes. Tell us what the magic and the secret sauce is about why people can come to JewelFit twice a week for 15 minutes to get their workout.
Absolutely. We are a data company. We're a technology company. So we're using AI and robotics to disrupt everything that we thought we knew about fitness. I am going to replace the 2 to 6 hours in the gym each week that we
Mhm.
should be spending. We all know that with 2 15-minute sessions.
Yep, we should be spending now because we didn't have the technology, but now we do have the technology. So now we're going to go from everybody spending 2 to 6 hours in the gym per week. If you work with James and JewelFit, you can get the same or better results. 2 workouts, 15 minutes each. So tell us how you do that.
We do that. The secret of the workout is that we're matching your force in real time. So if you go to the gym and you do a bench press, you take the maximum weight you can handle against the chest. Well, as soon as that weight starts to move away from the chest, by the time you get to full extension, you can probably handle twice that weight. On the way back, there's another 50%. So the very first time you come into JewelFit, you're going to be working some of your fast twitch muscle fibers that you've never worked in your life.
And they're muscle fibers you can't work in a traditional gym setting.
That's right, because we have an unlimited safe negative. Just to give you an idea, and this is a really big example, I've got a gentleman that can free bench 650 pounds. That means free bench means not a lifting shirt, not a spotter. He can unrack it and do it. In our gym, he has hit 823 pounds just for a second on the negative. That's when the machine is coming back at him. He has never had that much weight on there in his life, so he's never worked those fibers. So we believe, with athletics, we're going to start getting into additional fibers that you've never worked. Will that translate into athletic performance? Absolutely, we believe it will.
Something I've never thought of until just now. Are you paired up with like universities to do studies on this?
We are. A gentleman from UNLV is on my board of advisors. Dr. Mercer, great guy, kinesiology, and we are going to do ongoing studies with the university.
I can't wait. That's going to be fantastic.
They are the Sports Institute. Everyone's been hearing about it, but they're going to build out the best ecosystem for performance rehab, and they're trying to make Las Vegas the capital of the world.
Well, the machines are here and you're here, so I think they've got the components they need.
My goal is to be right in the middle of that.
Love that. I love that you got the university involved here. I love that as collectively you're all thinking about this is great for anecdotal evidence, but let's also do the science and show yeah, there's really something here.
Yes, and I mean, I'm in Las Vegas. I'm going to manufacture the equipment here in Las Vegas. We've got computer science. We've got engineers.
Mhm.
My goal is when these guys come through as interns,
Mhm.
we're going to capture them. The guys that want to work for Jewel Fit, we're not going to have that talent going out of Las Vegas.
Well, there's a bunch of ATEC students running around here today. We just had Roger up here talking about how great ATEC is and what he's doing with his students. So the talent pool is definitely growing here in Las Vegas, and we would love to keep all these young, smart, talented, technically minded kids here in town to work for
Absolutely.
your company and to work for all the companies that people have ideas for coming up in the future. Anything else you want us to know about JewelFit? Anything you have coming up that we should let the world know about?
We are getting ready to launch an SPV. That's a special purpose vehicle.
Mhm.
There's many people in the community and that we've met over the years. This is not a solicitation, but people who may not have the $1 million to invest, but they
Mhm.
want to invest a smaller amount.
Okay.
So we're setting up a special purpose vehicle for that, and it will launch probably over the next few weeks.
Okay, is there somewhere they can go to find out about that, or stay tuned?
Go jewelfit.ai.
Okay, so if you're interested in investing, all the disclaimers that come with investment, all the disclaimers of this isn't a solicitation, all that kind of stuff. I don't know what they all are. I just know we're supposed to do them. But go to jewelfit.ai and you can find out more about that. Jewelfit.ai. Anywhere else people can reach you? And
That's where we want to
okay,
send everyone.
go
at
to
the
go to
moment.
Jewelfit AI. Come down and see James and the robots at
Absolutely.
8400 West Sunset Road, 3rd floor at the Blackfire building at the UNLV Tech Park, which is really just become incredible since they got that opened up a few years ago. So
It's pretty amazing to
So
be
it's
there.
a pretty amazing facility. Well, James, it was great to see you again.
Thank you.
We'll see you around later today. Enjoy the rest of Tech Alley, and we'll get you on an episode of The Leader's Mindset going a little more in depth
Very good.
later on.
Always great seeing you.
All right. Good to
Thank
see you,
you.
James. Come on up. To look me up? Hey. Look up that company name on YouTube. And you can see all of the lives are up there, and then there's a clip I pulled, I think the last time you were on, that's also up there. Yeah, no, we're live. We are live to the world. We are live from Tech Alley here in beautiful downtown Las Vegas at the corner of Charleston and Main, centered around Taverna Costera. They are our sponsor for lunch today, so come on down. Lunch is still open. You can get a free lunch, a beautiful, beautiful free lunch here at Taverna Costera. They're our coffee and beverage and water sponsor for the event. And then we are just centered around here in the buildings where there's lots of tech talks, business talks, entrepreneurship talks, community talks going on here in downtown Las Vegas for the September 2024 Tech Alley event. We are having a great time down here. It's about 25 degrees cooler than the last time we did this. Really 25 degrees cooler than any time we've done this. So it's really been a blessing to do the September version of this, just because we are much more comfortable than we've been in the past. So yeah, it's been great. We are. Did you need something else? Yeah, come on up. Come on up. So we're bringing on Andrew Prell. He's been on before, but we're going to get an update on what he's working on and see what's going on. So tell us all about the things you're working on.
Well, we have the Silicon Nexus platform.
Yep.
Which we're working on deploying those into the arcades. It's a player acquisition engine.
Mhm.
The front end of it is a digital item vending machine, effectively.
Okay.
That we put into the arcades that people trade their prize tickets for prizes that don't suck.
Okay.
Okay, so they'll be trading those prize tickets like in a Chuck E. Cheese or a Dave & Buster's or whatever for video game items that they leave with their cell phone.
Okay, so instead of like a troll pencil topper, what can I like, which is like the thing you get when you have like 20 tickets, right? What are some of the things that you guys are thinking about for some of these prizes?
Oh, well, we will have gift cards.
Okay.
From all the top games like Fortnite and those type of things, because that's what we can get now to put into the system.
Okay.
And then we're looking to bring on the AAA games into the system.
Okay.
But we've got things like Reality Clash, which is a phenomenal first-person shooter that's
Okay.
AR, that's like really cool. And we've got Splinterlands and a lot of different items from those type of games. So I mean, we're built to bring on the AAA games as well. So we're looking to
Okay.
do that. That's our phase one. Then phase two is our augmented reality app.
Okay.
Which
I don't think we've talked about that yet. So let's dig into that.
Okay. Well, phase one, I need to talk about this part first.
Mhm.
What it does for us is we get all these players for the games.
Mhm.
Okay, they give us their video game items, and in exchange for that, they get the players, which doesn't cost them anything because video game items are free to them once they've made the game.
Mhm.
So that gives us concentrated groups of players. Like once we break about 150,000 players here in Las Vegas, we'll turn on Sarah, which is a Silicon Nexus augmented reality app. So think
Mhm.
of Pokemon Go married to World of Warcraft.
Okay.
We'll use in-game quests and live true game interaction.
Mhm.
You know, for the hardcore gamers out
Yep.
there, they'll love this.
Mhm.
And we use that to drive them to physical locations in
Okay.
a quest. It could take an hour to do the whole quest, but
Mhm.
they get a. It's like, what do you collect? Just in any.
I don't really collect anything, but what I
So
think
if
what
I-
I think you're getting at is like if you've played Elder Scrolls, like Skyrim, right? It sounds like it's a fantasy style game, right? So instead of sitting in your living room at your console or your bedroom at your console, you've got it, and I assume you can do it on your phone. If there's a wearable glasses component, you can get that involved, and then you can go play this fantasy game out in the real world. And instead of a quest that might take you 7 or 8 hours to play sitting at your console, you've got them into shorter, more bite-sized, because I'm out moving around in the real world kind of quests.
Yes, so we might, it could take you up to an hour or so to do a quest, and that can take you to a bunch of different spots on
Mhm.
on the quest that you collect different items. So I was saying, like, what do you collect?
Mhm.
All right, well, let's just say that I send you a message in the system
Mhm.
that said, if you want this bar of gold, and
Right.
you know the system's going to give you
The-
this bar
the-
of gold,
the-
and to
the-
you the bar of gold is worth, whatever it is, $150,000.
Get your plus 30 Vorpal sword, right?
Whatever, yeah. So, but if you want this bar of gold, complete this quest. That'll take you X amount,
Mhm.
X far from where you're at in this location.
Mhm.
It should take you roughly this amount of time. Do you want to take it or no? If you want that bar of gold, you're like, yeah, I'll do it. And it might schedule some times to say you have to start this quest within the next hour.
Yep.
Okay. So you're like, sure, I'll do this. And then you go complete the quest, and you end up at, say, a laser tag arena. And for those
Mhm.
people in Louisville, Kentucky, let's say Laser Blaze.
Okay.
And you
Shout out Louisville, Kentucky.
Yes, that's where I'm from, Kentucky Derby. Okay, so there you might close the last wormhole and kill the final boss, and you get your bar of gold.
Mhm.
Now you're at Laser Blaze. Well, now they send you another little quest there that says, I call it a quest, but Laser Blaze wants to thank you for saving our facility
Mhm.
from the big baddie, whatever it was. So we'll put you in the next queue for laser tag. You have a free game, starts in 25 minutes.
Okay.
So now you're there at the facility, and you're gonna hang out for 25 minutes. You're gonna buy a Coke or something and play a few games. We've just engaged you with that business.
Yep.
So like McDonald's.
So now you're partnering with these businesses.
Yes, yes, and that's the kind of thing that we're trying to do right now is find the right areas that want the foot traffic, because we need to get them set up front so we can build all the little mini quests, mini games in the system to engage with that business.
Okay, so you're gonna, because that was gonna be my question, is like, what is a quest like? But it sounds like the mini games are gonna be based on like, okay, this is like if I'm going to the laser tag arena,
The main one to get you there, that'll be pretty much identical.
Right.
But once you're there, we've got to figure out with the business owner, what little mini game, think of this as Groupon 2.0,
Yep.
except the manager can schedule when he wants the foot traffic. So you can
fill dead times.
So you can fill dead time, and you have the staff to handle it, because McDonald's actually did a deal with Pokemon Go most people don't know about. And McDonald's tested it in 3 tier 2 locations. These locations could handle like 258 people, right? Well, when they turned it on, 3,000 people ascended on each one of those McDonald's.
I remember.
To the point that nobody could get through the drive-through to buy food, much less get in the store to buy food. So McDonald's killed it pretty quick.
Yeah.
It was so successful, it wasn't successful. Because what they didn't understand and what they didn't know was how to throttle that foot traffic to exactly what that business could handle, and how to engage them with that business, which we've got that built in up front. So we know that's what they want to do.
So what are the game mechanics like when I show up to a McDonald's or a laser tag arena, or let's say I show up to Taverna Costera here in Las Vegas, right? I'm going to do something to play the game. Do we know what those game mechanics are yet?
Part of it will be, well, I'll give you a sneak peek into the Silicon Nexus universe.
Okay.
Is effectively AR and VR was actually telepresence technology given us by the Methalian race on the other side of the dimensional veil, and this is all telepresence technology to control things on the other side, because they're in a war, and we kind of cracked the veil a little bit, and now the knee know that we an evil alien race know that we exist. They're coming to kill us, and the Methalians came here and we're helping them. Okay. So they're traveling over wormholes. From different galaxies and that. You have to get there and close the wormhole.
And there's things I do on my phone. I have little tools and
or tapping your phone, bringing up all the different weapons, everything that you can to shoot down that wormhole, close that wormhole, while you have to battle everything coming through the wormhole.
I played something similar. I can't remember the name of it. Same company that did Pokemon Go, and it was a thing.
Niantic.
Yeah, and it was a thing where you would go to locations, and it was the equivalent of you were taking over like a node.
Yes.
And you had little tools and weapons that helped you take over that node, kind of hack that node on the phone. So it sounds like that, except this is not just, this was not AR in the sense of I'm looking like through a lens and I'm seeing things. It took me to that location, and then I was kind of watching the screen to play the game. But I didn't have the world around me. It's kind of like that, but more with AR.
Oh, 100%. But so you'll be able to get items from the Silicon Nexus game itself, from Sarah, the game itself, but they'll also be able to find items that's in the same thing as their kiosk from all the different games. And the power-ups. Plus, all the different businesses. Effectively think of Sarah as like the Groupon 2.0, where you can schedule the foot traffic, married to a customizable McDonald's Monopoly game. Just to think of it as a simple level, to where we can have those little coupons scattered around in your backyard, at the mall, wherever you're going. These would be little things that you find that you fight for and you pick up throughout the whole time. So that's kind of
cool. Can you play, like, do you always have to be on a quest, or can you play it like sandbox? Can you go look around and there's a thing I can pick up, there's a gold bar, there's a note that might open up a quest for me.
You just wander around and explore, and there's all kinds of things that we're doing to engage people for different things. But you can just be exploring the woods out there and find different video game items, or a $10 gift card for Fortnite.
Excellent.
Something like that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so that's the kind of stuff that
fantastic. Now, are we starting this in Las Vegas? How's this going to happen?
Yes. Well, Las Vegas, we're here. We're going to start probably one of the first instances of Sarah will kick on here in Las Vegas within the year.
Within the year. So in 2024.
No, within a year.
Within a year. Okay. No, because I'm going to go download this and tell us.
By the end of 2025, we should definitely be in Miami, in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I was excited. I was going to grab my phone and do it right now.
But that's what we have to do first is get the kiosks out there and get the user base up, because nobody wants to go into an empty restaurant.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah, nobody wants to go to an empty party. It's terrible. So we have to first get the user base in there, trading the items back and forth on the platform, and once we get a critical mass in an area, then we'll upgrade their trade binder to Sarah.
So what are the challenges you're going to face doing this in the physical world in Las Vegas and starting to work with some of these local establishments?
Oh, that's the hardest part, is to get them signed up front and get them to understand that what we're giving them, because player acquisition for video games, that's pretty straightforward and easy.
Sure.
Customer acquisition in the real world, in retail, goes between $10 up to like $730, depending on the
customer acquisition course is a very real, very real problem.
It's something that every company needs, and that we can provide that. Well, we're going to start out with selling it to them for $1 a head.
Okay.
Which is massive discount. And for those that are signing up front with us, we have this prove it package.
Okay.
Because everybody's going to say, prove it to me. Well,
Love it.
Let's give you de-risk as much as possible. We're going to sell it at that point only on their very first order at 75% off. So they get a quarter a person. And then if they spend over $2,500 on that, which is 10,000 people in that package, they're going to get 75% off for life.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 25% off for life. Correct that. It is 25%.
25% off. Don't get it wrong.
Don't get it wrong. I said that. 25. We do 75% off just for the first order and 25% off for life. If they do over $2,500, which is 10,000 people coming through there. And now, obviously, they're not going to want 10,000 people at once. They're going to schedule it. It's set up to schedule it on the days they want them. Every hour, every 20 minutes, they can order
so
X amount of people.
They're going to tell you when they want to get. I want you to bring me 15 people between 9 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. That's
or 15 people from 9 a.m. to 9:20.
Right. Whatever it is.
Yeah,
right?
whatever it is. However they want to schedule
tell you.
it. It's in at least 20-minute increments minimum. Like they can go 20-minute increments, 30-minute increments, 40 in an hour kind of thing. We've set it up like that. How many people can they handle at that point in time on that day? How many do they want to send in there? We'll send that amount, not 10 more, not 10 less. Exactly what they're asking for.
And then I assume you've got some kind of algorithm that's going to batch these things up and create the quests around these different locations.
100%. I mean, but those are endpoints. So it's like we might have one quest that you might visit 4 of those.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
In there, and the way we handle that is, thanks to the phone and geolocation stuff and like Google Maps type of thing. You can see it on Google Maps. Is when you start the quest, we can track you and see if you're going to make it on time. And if not, we might cut a couple pieces out and speed you up to get you on time, or add a couple to slow you and put you in the next queue.
Okay.
So that's how we can pretty much. I'm not going to say exactly guarantee, but we get real close, if not exactly the
You'll
number.
figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure out exactly. If you want 20 people every 20 minutes, we'll send you 20 people every 20 minutes.
Very cool.
Yeah, but that's our phase 2.
Very cool. So Las Vegas will be the first city.
Las Vegas will be the first city that we kick that on because we're here to put out the fires.
Okay. Well, and there are a lot. I mean, it's if you're not from Vegas, you kind of don't know, or don't live in Vegas, you kind of don't know. There's a lot of stuff that happens on the weekends here. There's a lot of stuff that happens in the evenings and even like in the mornings, like at breakfast time when people are coming out of things happening overnight. But some of these places get pretty slow on our weekdays. So, like if you've ever been to Las Vegas Airport on like a Wednesday morning, it is delightful. There is nobody there.
We were downtown doing some field research with this and talking to owners. We're down off of Fremont, one of the most busy places in Las Vegas, off of Fremont, 3:00 in the afternoon on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
We walk into one of the bar restaurants there. It's pretty nice, pretty big, really packed on the weekends, and they had 12 staff on.
Yep.
250 empty seats and 6 people up at the bar. So they had 2 person per person at the bar. And it's like, absolutely they want it.
And not only that is not unusual, that might have been a really good Tuesday afternoon for that venue. I'm not saying that to be disparaging. I was there last week. I was attending a conference downtown and went to go. I was worn out, so I went to grab a coffee, and there wasn't any coffee in our conference, so I had to go out and kind of walk down Fremont Street to one of the hotels to get a coffee. And all the vendors were there doing their thing, but they were begging for people to come over and talk to them, because there were stretches where I was the only person walking down that section of Fremont Street to go get that cup of coffee.
Oh, exactly.
Besides the vendors and the performers and all that kind of stuff, there were very few customers. So you're doing a really valuable service. You're solving a really important problem for a lot of folks here in town.
That only works after phase 1 is successful.
Yep.
After we get the people into the system, then we can give them a fun thing to do, because we know what they're collecting, and we give them things that they want.
So when does phase 1 start, and what does it look like?
All right, so we have a deal with 6,000 locations through a intermediary, I'll just say, and they are digital vending machines that vend video game items.
Okay.
That you basically go up, you can download the app with that, the TradeBinder app, and you select the different video game items that you want, based on how many tickets, how many prize points that you have. So you select those, and and it comes up in a shopping cart. You just pops up a QR code, you scan it with your phone, and walk away with them. I mean, we can transfer 100,000 items instantaneously.
Okay. So that's the customer promise for phase one is you
That's
can
a
go up
fun-
to these things and you earn and all that
but
kind of stuff.
they can also just, when they get home, they say, hey, I've got this app now, or we can go onto a website,
Mhm.
log in, create your account, and trade the items back and forth.
Nice.
So online, we have a marketplace for the creators of these digital collectibles that can sell them to the customers. We have an auction house where the customers can auction off the ones that they've used they don't like necessarily, or they want to upgrade, or they have 3 or 4 of them, they want to get rid of a couple of them, so they can auction those off. And then we have this trade zone, and in the trade zone, it's everybody that just wants to swap with somebody else. So think about going to a large Magic the Gathering or a Pokemon convention, or like the big tournament or whatever, and everybody brings their trade binder and they swap back and forth the cards they want. Same thing, we're doing that online. I get to look through your trade binder while you're looking through mine. We haggle it out. We swap 20,000 items and instantaneously transfer.
Awesome. So phase one, buy, earn, and trade. When does that start?
We intend to have that out within the next 120 days.
Okay, so kind of around, somewhere before the end of the year, maybe January 1st kind of thing.
Exactly.
Phase one, and then phase two will start where you can go play the game sometime by the end of 2025, right?
Yeah, basically we want to get, before we turn it on, I mean, we're working on it right now, but before we turn it on in an area, we need to have somewhere around 150,000 players using our stuff in that area, because
Okay.
you're going to have to find a couple thousand of them that are free right now to go do this thing.
Right, exactly. So
the more you have, the more.
No, I think it's great because I think, we all remember Pokemon Go, and there was a lot that went into that, but that kind of just started one day to play the game. And as you said, that was wildly successful for some folks and not what they bargained for in other cases. So.
Oh yeah, but Pokemon Go, everybody's like, oh my gosh, it died. It's like, okay, it went from 400 million online players down to only 70, 80 million. I'm sorry, that's one of the biggest games out there.
Still great, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Still fantastic.
You can't only say only 80 million online players. It's still pretty big.
Oh, you know how investors are, right?
Yeah, exactly. It died. No, it didn't. Awesome.
Anything else you want us to know before we let you go?
Oh no, that's about it right now.
All right, great. Well, it's great to see you, Andrew.
Yeah.
We will. I will get this up. You have the info. You can find these. You can find all the live episodes. I'll get this clipped out for you, so you can. And in the next couple of days, you can get it. Get it, view it, share it.
Perfect. We'll do.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. I've got a few people on LinkedIn.
Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. All right. Well, while we are waiting for Dave to come back and we can check in with him again, let me give you the rundown on what's happening here. So for those of you who are just joining us, let me get back to here. Where am I going? There it is. We are here at the Downtown Tech Alley event, downtown Las Vegas, September 2024, centered around Taverna Costera, our sponsors for lunch, our sponsors for the location we're live streaming from. We're on their beautiful roof deck with Las Vegas in the background. Down at Charleston and Maine in downtown Las Vegas. I've said downtown Las Vegas a lot of times. But the event is centered here, so if you are interested in tech, if you are interested in startups, if you are interested in AI, if you are interested in coding, if you're interested in drones, if you're interested in crypto, if you are interested in anything that goes along with tech, or interested in meeting founders, entrepreneurs, investors from our tech community here in Las Vegas, if you're here in town, come on down to downtown Las Vegas. We are here until 4 this afternoon. We're probably gonna be live streaming until about 1:30 or 2 today. So lunch is going on right now. If you're looking for some lunch, want to get a free lunch sponsored by Taverna Costera, come on down. So we have had a great round of talks this morning. I'll tell you, we had Kurt walk around who did the Who's Got My Money talk earlier. He was just on with us a little bit. That was one of our morning talks. We also had Rachel Gomez-Autry from UNLV hosting the Innovation Essentials talk. We did Agile NV. If you're interested in Agile design, Agile principles, Will Wang does that every month here. Third Saturday of the month at Tech Alley. He does that talk every month. And that was here as well this morning. And then we also had the Las Vegas AI meetup in the morning session that was hosted by Timothy May. So most of those things will probably be going on next month. It will be the third Saturday. I believe that is October 21st again, in downtown Las Vegas here, centered around Taverna Costera. Lunch is going on right now. And then our second round of talks is going to kick off in just about 15 minutes at 1:15. That's when we're going to have demo time, people coming in and showing the tech projects they've been working on. That's hosted by our good friend Josh Stacy in the theater. Victory will be doing the drones talk in Suite 145. So if you're interested in drones, whether you're using drones for personal use, for commercial use, all the great things we can do with drones, Victory will be hosting that. Social marketing, Jackson Wright, he does an amazing job helping businesses market through organic social media before they even touch doing a paid ad. So you can see Jackson do that in Suite 155 at 1:15. And then Valerie Carr will be doing user experience and product design in Suite 150, also at 1:15. Those go for about an hour to an hour and a half. And then our third round of meetups of the day will be at 2:45. We'll be doing Tech Alley Youth Hour with our good friend Lee Jackson, showing us the amazing things that young folks, like really young folks, are doing in our tech community here in Las Vegas. We're really proud of them, and Lee hosts them and shows them off and what the great things they're doing every month. Third Saturday of the month here at Tech Alley. Josh Copeland will be doing the Vegas Programmers Meetup in the theater. James Roop will be doing his blockchain self-custody meetup at 2:45 in the JRNY gallery. And then Zoho will be doing an overview of their HR tools at 1:55. And then Eric Lacasse will be doing the untold truth about SEO, which is search engine optimization, in Suite 150. And then the day wraps up at 4 o'clock. So if you're in Vegas, if you're interested in any of those things, come on down. We hope to see you here at the corner of Charleston and Main. Join us for the Tech Alley event. Dave Berlin, what's going on?
It's really hard to be a person downstairs.
Well, we are at a
in
tech
a good way.
meetup, so.
Yeah, in a good way.
Well, I'm glad it's in a good way. So
I think I already started 3 new companies, and I picked up 2
Okay.
new volunteer
Now
roles.
is this like in the I started 3 new companies the way we always seem to start 3 new
Right.
companies, and then in like 6 hours we're like, oh, that was a bad
Yeah.
idea, or are these like 3 legit
No.
new companies?
No new companies. For those of you just tuning, sometimes that happens, right? We
it
always say,
happened.
"I promise, I will not start another company
and
today."
so we did a road trip to the Vets and Tech Gala last year, just almost a year ago. And you and Heather Phillips and I drove here from Las Vegas to San Francisco.
Yeah.
It was literally like we looked at the numbers, we looked at the time involved. It was the best option for us to get up and back to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Because I had to be back the next day for,
Yep.
I think this.
Yeah.
I don't remember. No, it wasn't this, but I had to be back the next day. So we did that, and we took the oath. We said, I will not start any new companies or any
Yep.
new ventures on this road trip. We came up with like 3 things.
Yeah. We didn't start any of them. Yeah.
We recorded a whole podcast episode that I don't think ever got released.
I don't know what happened.
Like an hour and a half podcast episode riding in my Jeep up to San Francisco. And then
We'll do better this time.
And then we had lunch, and then before we even hit San Francisco, we were like doing research on our phones. We're like, these are really bad ideas for companies.
Yeah.
We're not going to do these. So So sometimes we take the oath and we don't live up to it. So
Yeah.
So what did you learn? What does the new venue look like? The new space.
Oh,
Am I gonna love it?
Yeah, you're definitely gonna love it. I talked to them. It's not gonna be logistically possible today, which is okay.
That's okay. I wasn't trying to do that today.
What will happen is I'm gonna get with him next week.
Okay.
And we're gonna talk about not only how to host events coming up. So next Tech Alley, we're probably gonna be based out of there.
Okay.
They've just got to work on some sound
I'm
and
gonna.
isolation stuff.
I may leave you here for a few minutes so I can go take a quick look.
Yep.
So
And then beyond that, we're looking at them getting involved in Global Entrepreneurship Week as well.
hey, and that's what I love to hear.
Yep.
So all right. Well, if you don't mind, I just did the rundown of what you're doing. I'm gonna let you vamp solo for a little while. 'Cause I'm gonna try to find James. I'm gonna see if I can get a look inside there as well.
Love it.
And then you go ahead and tell the world about what. Because we cut you off a little bit so we could bring
It's
some
okay.
other folks on.
Yeah, if you
Fill us
see
in
anybody-
on GEW and where you're headed.
Yeah, if you see anybody down there, send them on up.
I sure will.
But yeah, so we left off on talking about Global Entrepreneurship Week. But for those of you just tuning in, we'll clip this in one solid format. So hi, my name's Dave. Amongst many of the things that I do, I am the state coordinator for Global Entrepreneurship Week, and Global Entrepreneurship Week is an incredible national and international event that happens 1 week in November. 10,000 events all around the world. And as the volunteer community state coordinator for Nevada, I help catalyze all the events here in Nevada. And I could not do that without the help of our incredible community organizers and our committee. So we do have some great community organizers. We have Lourdes Madrigal up in Reno. She's actually a veteran as well. She is the director of the Veterans Business Outreach Center. She's the director of the Veteran Business Outreach Center, both there, and she covers so Reno and Las Vegas as well. We also have Ben Leifsky. He's over in Henderson. We have Elias Benjaloon in North Las Vegas, and we have Nadia Russo in Las Vegas. And then we also have people on the committee that are helping as well. The committee is comprised by Lauren Jones. Lauren is partners with Nadia in her venture, and in that they cover a lot of the PR and they help with the communications of us getting that out there. They also manage a lot of the social media. So if you're on Instagram, you can go to instagram.com/GEW Nevada. And then we do have some other people that are stepping up and helping. Jason, who you might remember from this podcast 4 minutes ago, is kind of covering things for the veteran entrepreneur. And essentially, Global Entrepreneurship Week has identified some very specific groups that we can now create a committee at the people at the top of those audiences. So veteran entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, LGBTQ entrepreneurs, encore entrepreneurs, which is one that I learned, where it's all about people that have retired and now are starting businesses in the later years of life. So those are some of the organizations. We also connect with chambers of commerce, education groups, anyone that has a focus on small business. The theme this year for Global Entrepreneurship Week is none other than, actually, hold on, see what we can do here. I'm just going to go live on this guy. Apologies. We're just gonna prop this guy up right there. Do. You are now live. How do we swap this microphone around? All right, we're just gonna keep talking about Global Entrepreneurship Week. Hi, Instagram, for those of you just joining us. I wanted to go live to kind of let everybody know we're live from Tech Alley talking about Global Entrepreneurship Week. And as we're getting 58 days away from Global Entrepreneurship Week, there's a lot of things that are actively happening here in Las Vegas, but also around the world. And as the state coordinator for Global Entrepreneurship Week, my focus is really to help catalyze a lot of the events that go on, not just here in Las Vegas, not just up in Reno, but all across the state of Nevada. And how we got here was I wouldn't be able to do this without some of the incredible people who have helped along the way. So we do have community organizers that help represent some of the communities across the state. Generally, we're looking for the movers and shakers and the ecosystem builders who try to get things done. It is a voluntary role, but it's people that help move things forward in the communities where they're at. So one of those incredible people, so the incredible people that we have on the community organizer side of things, for Las Vegas, we have Nadia Russo. For North Las Vegas, we have Elias Benjaloon. For Henderson, we have Ben Leifsky with Hunter Marketing. We have Lourdes Madrigal up in the, she works for the Veteran Business Outreach Center. She's an Army veteran, so we've got a little bit of veteran entrepreneurship being represented there. And then we also have a committee. So Lauren Jones with, she's partners with Nadia Russo for Alter New Media. They help with a lot of the communications and a lot of the website stuff. So if you guys check out www.instagram.com/GEW Nevada, who knows? But yeah, so those are the people that help everything with Global Entrepreneurship Week. And this is all part of a bigger global thing and national thing that's happening. This has taken a couple years for us to really get the ball rolling here in Las Vegas, but I will say that it's really helped to have all the volunteers because they've really made things move forward. So as we're doing all of these different things, not just across the city, in other communities across Nevada, we want to make sure that everyone is representing entrepreneurship as a whole. The theme this year for Global Entrepreneurship Week is entrepreneurship is for everyone. And as we've grown as a community and as an ecosystem, I remember in 2021, we started, it was just me and nothing really happened that first year. Everyone was trying to get back to normal. This year, or sorry, 2022, we had a handful of people step up at the committee level, and it helped us get about 25 events that happened. So that was a great year. Last year was really good because we had some community organizers step forward. We're really excited this year because we have even more community organizers across the state, but we also have a proclamation from the governor's office that has formally declared Global Entrepreneurship Week for the state of Nevada. I'm really excited about that because this happened as part of a kind of a guerrilla marketing technique that I leveraged back in July. As a Marine Corps veteran, most of my life is spent around veteran entrepreneurship. I'm the program manager for entrepreneurship for Vets in Tech, but also I am the state coordinator for Global Entrepreneurship Week. But a lot of people know that I used to run a program called Bunker Labs, and that program was designed to help veterans start and grow businesses. The program that I'm running with Vets in Tech is to help veterans and their families start and grow businesses. We've got incredible other organizations like Warrior Rising. It looks like we've got Frank Manto hopping in on the live. He's with Warrior Rising. That's another program designed to help veterans start and grow businesses. So as there's always been a lot of veteran organizations out there, we actually have 3 that work very closely together here in Las Vegas. So in July, I kind of had the crazy idea, similar to Global Entrepreneurship Week in around the world. It's all about people catalyzing a series of events the same week. I wanted to create that same momentum, but I wanted to leverage a spotlight with just veteran entrepreneurs. So Freedom Week 2024 was born. We hosted 7 events, including the VetCap event, which was sponsored by Vets in Tech. It was at DraftKings. We had almost like 150 people there, and we had a panel discussion talking about different ways that veterans can get funding for their small business. I also opened the Veteran Entrepreneur Library, which is now a physical place where I can go every day, every week, hug all my books, and that's over at Nevada Partners. But because of all of the things that happened that week, we got a lot of interest and a lot of support from some of the government organizations out there, and they've taken quite an interest to everything. And the culmination of that week was getting the proclamation signed for Global Entrepreneurship Week. We got the proclamation signed by the governor, so now it is formally declared that Global Entrepreneurship Week 2024 is happening here in the state of Nevada. And with that, it's going to be myself, the community organizers, and everybody else that's involved, the committee and everybody. This is going to be the best year yet. And I'm really excited about that because now I've also taken the partnership with Global Entrepreneurship Week USA and Vets in Tech, and now we're combining those two to create a joint force operation as partners. And what that looks like for me is I get to wear both hats for the first time in a really long time. And next year, we're going to be celebrating Freedom Week in 5 other cities to catalyze the conversation for Global Entrepreneurship Week in 2025. This is a really important move because if and when this works well, that's going to be the way that we can really see the growth of Freedom Week across the United States. So just now, as so many organizations across the country and the world celebrate Global Entrepreneurship Week in November, it's going to be a very common practice to have Freedom Week in July across the United States. It's always going to be the week after 4th of July, and I called it Freedom Week because this is America, and we can do whatever we want. So for all the veterans and the military families out there that support anything veteran, active duty, all that stuff, my hand and heart goes out to you. You're amazing. Keep doing what you're doing, and I will keep connecting the dots to try and make things like that happen. So ideally, 2025 is going to be a big year, and if I wasn't already doing enough stuff, and if I wasn't already volunteering for a handful of things, I decided to pick up a couple more things, and now I am also proud to announce that I have taken my next and hopefully last voluntary role, but I couldn't pass this one up. I recently celebrated that now I am a new member to the South by Southwest pitch competition. I'm an advisory board member. So essentially what that means is it's a pretty low lift right now. I'm just recommending a couple of judges to the organization, and I'm recommending a couple of other advisory pitch board members. But the lift actually doesn't start to get heavy until, you guessed it, the week right after Global Entrepreneurship Week. So where I'm in the last 58-day stretch to hosting probably what looks like 60 to 80 events across the state in Nevada on the week of Global Entrepreneurship Week, November 18th through the 14th. I'm sorry, November 18th through the 24th. Now I'll be jumping into reviewing probably 100 or 150 pitch decks of people that are trying to get into South by Southwest. So that's going to be a really phenomenal opportunity. The reason why I chose to do that was because a lot of people have learned what Vets in Tech is. In time, a lot more people have really learned to understand what Global Entrepreneurship Week is. The interesting thing now is that because a lot of people don't know what those are, it's been really fascinating for me to now take on the role as an advisory board member for South by Southwest Pitch. That kind of helps people understand a little bit more how all of this stuff is connected. And my mission continues to be, how do we connect the people of this city to show the world who we really are? And I've learned that one of the best ways to do that is to build bridges to cities that have already overcome some of the challenges that we as a community might be facing. One of the biggest challenges that we face as a community here in Las Vegas is a lot of people know us as just the Strip, and it's hard for people to even know anything past the Strip. So once we get them to understand there's more to Las Vegas than just the Strip, that's where we can really start to open up the opportunity for what it's like for the other communities across the state of Nevada. And that's going to be really critical. And again, to do that, by me being involved with a fascinating ecosystem, an ever-evolving ecosystem like Austin, Texas, man, I'm going to sign up for it for free. As long as I don't have to pay money, I'll probably raise my hand. But that's going to be a really unique building block that we can leverage as we go into 2025. And I'm really excited to see where it all goes from here.
Fantastic. What'd I miss? Yeah, those are a little frozen still.
It's all right. I just have to set it in the sun for.
Yeah, I'm letting mine thaw. It was I expected those have been in there all morning. I expected them all to be like not warm yet, but at least liquid.
Well, it's because we're only at 104
we're
degrees.
We're only at 90 degrees today.
Is it really only 90?
It says 88 on my watch, which actually usually reads a little high. So
that's great.
So, no complaints. We're like 25 degrees cooler than the last 4 times we've done this. So
no, this has been phenomenal. And I missed last. I left you here to
it worked out great. We had no heat related mishaps with the equipment, so I think that was a first. And so yeah,
we got somebody else.
We got Eric. So
what?
Yeah, Eric's gonna come.
Did you pay the speaker fee, sir?
I am probably gonna be packing up when.
What time's your class?
2:45.
Okay.
But I don't need to go to your class. That's why I have you.
Come on up, man.
Come on up. Dave will swap out.
This is my stunt double, ladies and gentlemen. His beard is bigger than mine, though.
It's not a competition. Ugh.
Like Ed McMahon on your podcast. I'm showing up every night.
That's okay. We love having you. We love. So what's been happening since last we had you on?
Oh, there's just so much going on with SEO and.
Or closer to your face so we can hear you.
I guess you could say
that. That's how these work. So.
Yeah. Well, It's nice seeing you again.
Yeah,
I'm
3
just
days
kidding.
later.
I
Thank
know.
you for coming. I don't know if Dave talked about the Vets and Tech event. We had a Vets and Tech mixer at. Did you talk about the Vets and Tech mixer?
I did not.
Ah, okay. So we had a Vets and Tech mixer. If you're not familiar with Vets and Tech, it is a national charity organization that looks to help veterans and military spouses, active duty, basically military connected folks get into tech careers. And so they have programs where you can go and get training, usually online, through a Vets and Tech program to learn how to code, to learn cybersecurity. They have a program management workshop or a program management course now. You can learn all those things online through Vets and Tech. No expense to you if you're a veteran. You don't have to use your GI Bill benefits for it. And then they also get a lot of specific trainings from some of the Vets and Tech partners like Google, Adobe, Disney. Think of a big Silicon Valley company or a big media company that's going on right now in the United States, and they are almost all partners of Vets and Tech. And they just also did this week, actually same day as we did our mixer, I think, they did their virtual hiring fair. Twice a year they do like a virtual hiring event where the partner companies come in and they talk about who they're looking to hire, why it's great to work for those companies. And a lot of times they're looking for remote work. So if you're a veteran or you're active duty or you are a military spouse or part of a military family and you're looking to get into a career in tech, look into Vets and Tech, vetsandtech.co, and see if some of the programs they have are interesting to you. And you can always reach out to me or to Dave and we can help you out with how to get connected with Vets and Tech and get into a career in tech. In addition to helping people get into the tech workforce, they also help with educational resources. So if you want to go study tech in a formal degree program or some kind of formal education program, that's a whole pillar of Vets and Tech. And then they have a whole entrepreneur pillar where they've just started the Vets and Tech Entrepreneur Network, and they're really starting to kickstart more efforts into helping veteran tech founders get the tools, resources, skills they need to help grow their companies, scale their companies. So
Excellent.
we had a little
Yes.
mixer for our local chapter of Vets and Tech down at Nevada Partners at Promise Startups. I think we've talked about it here before. Back in July, we opened up the Veterans Entrepreneur Library down there at Nevada Partners. They've been gracious enough to host that for us, and that's been really great. We've done a lot of veterans events there since that started out. So that's what's going on with Vets in Tech. And speaking of a vet in tech,
yes,
this is Eric Lacasse.
Hello.
Tell us what you do.
So I own SEO Expert Las Vegas. I'm also co-owner of Neon Appeal Marketing Group. What I do is SEO consulting and SEO fixing of websites. I really do work, and honestly, I got into this because of my military experience in intelligence in the Marine Corps, from the 1st Marine Division, G2. A lot of what I do is research, strategy, consulting, kind of opening up a business owner's eyes to looking at how to grow a business organically instead of having to pay and rent and develop, and learning how the business grows for them.
Let's talk about that a little bit, because what I think a lot of people might be coming away with is there's a free way to do things and a way you pay to do things.
Right.
But that's not the whole story. There are advantages to doing things organically that you can't get from doing paid, like Google ads or paid things online. And so talk about what the advantages of doing things organically are. And then, because really, if my understanding is correct, the wisdom now is lean into things organically and use the paid services to augment where you can't get to organically. Am I getting that right?
You are getting it
So
right.
give us a little more specifics on that.
So if we're looking at that, Google won the search engine wars in the mid 90s, right? And what Google gave birth to were two elements in their backyard, which was paid ads, which was Google ads. But before that was SEO. SEO has been around for way before Google. And when you look at what SEO stands for, optimization, you're looking at the content of your website that searches and gives the best answer for the audience, right? Now, if you're starting a new business, there's nothing wrong with paying for ads. It actually can help you. It can convert quicker than SEO.
Mm-hmm.
However, the idea being, and this is an optimum system, would be you would organically grow your website for 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
And you would get all this data, 12 months of data. and then you go to a PPC agency and say, this
So-
is what I want to do.
So what's the data you're trying to get?
You want to know 3 things. You want to know as many impressions of your website,
Mhm.
the conversions, how many people actually clicked, and how long did they stay there.
And
If
what
you-
does that tell you as a business owner?
It tells you whether your page is converting on search intent, right?
Right, so
Are the
what-
words you're using actually resonating with
Right.
your audience?
So what I'm getting at here is your website, are people understanding what your offering
Exactly.
is, and are the right people coming to your website and converting to where they're at least asking for more information if they're not buying? Because I'm going to say it again, because it'll be like the 5th time today. Product market fit. If you want to sell a product, you want to sell a service, you have to be selling something that fits what the consumer is looking for.
Right.
Now, sometimes there's an education process. Sometimes consumers don't know exactly what they're looking for, but they do know the problem that they're trying to solve in their life. And so when Eric talks about impressions and conversions
Yep.
and all that
Yep.
kind of stuff, the big picture on that is this data helps tell you if you have found your product market fit.
Right. There's also, in the modern era right now, as of today, just because you have a website on Google does not make for more conversions. Search engine optimization is actually changing to search everything optimization. There's optimization for Facebook, YouTube.
Mhm.
We've dealt with that.
Yep.
Reddit, Pinterest. People sleep on Pinterest all the time
Mhm.
because they sell a product and they think that Pinterest is old, when it's not. It's actually still more relevant than ever. TikTok for certain things, Instagram. Optimization is optimization for everything.
Mhm.
It's just whether or not does it fit your needs,
Mhm.
you know, but you don't know until you know.
And is that what you're going to be talking about in your talk today?
Right. So during my talk, there's a lot of things that people have been told about this Google algorithm, and as an SEO, I have to learn it. But there's a lot of things that people just they can just weed out. It's not as big as you think it is, because Google is behind on their own research. They haven't indexed billions of keywords in the last few months because they are still just a machine that's doing what it can do anyway. You know, the algorithm is not this, you know, crazy machine. It's still behind on everything it's trying to do anyway. So when you look at what really converts, it's called search intent. Search intent is what it comes down to. Does your website, does your posts, does your videos satisfy search intent? And if it does, people are going to come.
Okay. So what is a misconception that most people have of things they are trying to achieve with their SEO? And the flip side of that is, what is something they don't know they should be trying to achieve with their SEO?
A lot of people miss the element of what posting is really about. So when you look at a basic sales funnel, you have awareness, interest, decision, and action. Social media is just awareness and interest. If you post something that creates a link to go to your website, you have created awareness and interest. Your website is your decision.
Mhm.
Your job is on the first page of your website is to create them a decision for an action. So it should be laid out that way. It's not pictures of dogs and pictures of family vacations. No, you are designing a web page to create a decision for them to make.
Mhm.
The ones that do it the most efficiently are the ones that get more clicks.
Okay.
Period.
So that's something everybody should be doing.
Yes.
What's the thing they can ignore? What's the thing that people in your business are all talking about that you think they can all ignore?
That's a very good question. What
I
can
know,
they
that's
do?
why I'm
I
sitting in this
know.
chair.
They need to ignore the importance of impressions. Impressions come with time.
Okay.
Right? Just because you have 1,000 impressions, meaning that it's been somewhere on the search results page,
Mhm.
somewhere, right? Your content, your website.
Mhm.
It's irrelevant at this point. Impressions don't mean anything as long as whenever you get a click, that person stays on the website.
Okay.
That's measurable.
So what's the metric, if we've just started our website, that we should be aspiring to? Or let's say, like a few years ago, you and I really did a fine-tooth comb on my website, and we are still learning things and gathering data. What's the metric everyone should be paying attention to?
In the beginning, the number one thing is bounce rate. You should try to get to 50%.
Okay, tell us what that is.
Bounce rate is when someone comes to a website and within 3 to 5 seconds they bounce off, meaning that they've come to the website, either it met their criteria or it didn't. But 50% means that you're converting 50%. That's a good thing. That's not bad. Once you've been around for
So
a
you
year,
want your bounce rate low.
low.
Right.
Right. Or in other words, there's another thing called conversion rate, which you want it high. It just depends on what the actual wording of what you're
Mhm.
doing. After 1 year, it should be 70% conversion, right? That meets the market expectation for
Okay.
1 year. After that, now you start looking at more of the fine-tuned things. How long are they on the website? You have heat mapping programs.
Yeah,
that
I
look
love that. That's been a
He-
game changer for us.
Yeah, yeah, because now you get to see where people are actually scrolling and clicking. So now you can change your on-page SEO to convert at the very top. And we've seen that with yours and others, that there should be 3 different elements to a web page to try to convert. First is at the very top, because you want warm clients right away.
Yep.
They don't want to hear, they don't want to read anything. They said, I like Jason, I'm going to click on his website. Now you got to convince them below that, why should they pick you?
Yep.
So you start looking at your objections.
Yeah, we've moved a lot of stuff around on the website since we started doing the heat
Right.
maps.
And the thing is after that, you want testimonials, you want your socials, you want all those things. The on page, the first page of a business page is pretty standardized as far as success is concerned. After that, now it comes like the about and the services and all this other stuff. But that on page is what makes or breaks you, and it's very measurable.
Okay. Tell us, I have actually heard it as recently as yesterday.
Okay.
Tell us, so what I'm hearing is people saying you don't need a website anymore because AI is just going to handle everything for you. So is that a flawed perspective? Is that a correct perspective? Tell me all about it.
I will tell you, if you believe that AI is going to make your business successful, it is a false belief system. And this is a very simple reason why. AI is designed to convince you that it's doing a good job. It
Mhm.
will make something that impresses you. When you optimize your website, it is optimizing for your audience. AI isn't there yet.
Say it again. When you optimize your website, you need to optimize for your audience.
Yes. AI isn't going to do that because it's only there to impress you. It's going to give you the answers that you like. so
I mean,
that
I'm
you
glad
believe in.
somebody is, but
Right. But the thing is, AI serves its purpose for ideation. If you need ideas for slogans or copy or ways to sell your services or your product, it's perfect at that. But you don't copy paste it. You use it to add your human element to it.
Mhm.
Humans will always do better when selling to humans than a machine selling to humans. And that's just the reality of it. But if you want AI to design your website, go ahead. It's
Mhm.
going to look like all the other people that want the shortcut.
Mhm.
You know, it's going to sound the same way as everyone else's shortcut. You got to take the time to develop yourself and your business for your audience first, and then write to them. You'll win every time. Every
absolutely.
time.
Absolutely. All right. So what else can we expect to hear in your talk today?
Oh, it's going to be a lot of kind of weeding out what people should be paying attention to when it comes to ranking, how important local SEO is.
Mhm.
People really miss that one because SEO, local SEO, meaning a Google My Business profile, people don't realize how much they can grow their customer service audience and experience just from that one
Mhm.
profile. So also looking at how important SEO is from the things that you don't see. A lot of SEO is under the ground, behind the scenes, but those things add to the growing of your plant.
Mhm.
And if you can't grow the roots of your plant, you're not going to have a very strong plant. You know, so, and a lot of thing too is SEO is kind of pulling itself away. It's becoming its own entity for kind of like I said this to you before, it's kind of like a website doctor, a
Mhm.
website engineer, right? You would want to have someone to say, hey, I need you to take a look at the health of my website. What can we change, or what needs to be, is it healthy? Is it converting? Is it doing what it needs to do?
Mhm.
But SEOs are starting to pull themselves away because it's so complex.
Yep.
And it's not just Google, it's Reddit, it's Facebook, it's Twitter, it's all these elements that if you know what your message is, you can optimize it for those platforms.
Yeah, and you do need to optimize for each one. There's no,
Absolutely.
you can't just cut and paste
Can't
from
convey
platform to
because
platform.
algorithm, the search engines are starting to see whether it's AI generated or human generated.
Yeah, well, and I'm even getting to the point where I can look out, like I see it on LinkedIn a lot, and I can see the first sentence of a post, and I go AI generated,
Yep, absolutely.
and I'm dumb, so
Yeah, that's what my presentation will be. 245 in room 155.
Awesome.
And yeah, it'd be great.
So tell everyone where they can find you again.
So www.seoexpertlasvegas.com, also neonappeal.com, and all the socials, SEO Expert Las Vegas, and that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us
Not
again
a
today.
problem.
Good luck with your talk.
All right. Thank you so much.
And we will see you again.
All right.
Who's next, Rosalie?
Hey, cutie.
All right, have a
so can
seat.
I just sometimes take what I'm talking about. Oh, I have a hip issue. It told me I have to have a hip replacement.
Well, you don't need to tape this because this is going to be live. This is
Oh.
live now, and you can find
Yo.
it up on YouTube.
All right,
on
here
our
we go.
YouTube channel, so it will
Okay.
be out there for everybody.
Right
so,
on.
So it's been a couple months since we've seen you on here. What are you up to?
A lot. Productive fun.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not fun anymore, I'm not doing it.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's really getting quite comical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have been big in trying to help veterans in the community. So what are some of the things you're working on for the veterans right now?
The one thing is we want to work with UNLV. We've got some dialogue with them already.
Mhm.
Talked to them last week and going to meet with them again to do a couple things. One is they have an innovation land out there across from the VA hospital, and our goal would be to produce enough power and food there that if there was ever a shortage in energy or food, that they would provide that for the veterans in the VA
Okay.
hospital. So that's the least amount of things that they would do, but they would also provide enough food and power to keep that model sustainable. So we've created what they call a deferred Dow. So we're working deferred. Everybody is doing something for 4 hours a week, 4 hours we donate of our service. And I'm not saying that everybody has to be the same, but sometimes you have to have a skill set that the group can utilize, right? So,
Okay.
and there's a whole different type of people. We're helping veterans use their skill sets to help empower and be part of this manufacturing of, low maintenance, highly energy efficient homes. And they're
Yeah.
veterans, and there's a few of them I brought here, and they
Oh, awesome.
were disabled, and now they're here looking at things to do to help in this lift.
So this is related to the concept you were working on a year ago, I think, with the
Years.
affordable housing for veterans.
Yeah, this has been a couple years. It's been really since 2019 that, actually, it was a little before that when we were working with the anaerobic digesters to put on the casinos loading docks so that they could produce their own power for the casinos with their organic waste. And then they didn't realize that economically that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
And so then it's because we only pay $45 a ton to dump in the desert, and we have the largest landfill in the nation.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a whole, anyway, so we're
The
focusing
the
90
economics don't
yeah.
pencil out
Right,
sometimes,
so
even though it's the
we're
right thing to do.
Right. So since 2019, I wanted to never do that again. So we make sure 90% of our focus is on, is this a viable solution? And then 10% is on what this or something better. Like we don't know what we don't know. So if we look at 10%, and if we have to look backwards to figure out what the problem is, we will. But right now we're just focusing on viable solutions that make economic and environmental sense. And we have the data to prove it. I mean, that's my mantra these days is show me the data.
Absolutely.
You know?
We love data here.
And like
so.
this gentleman was talking about, the things and the algorithms and the AI stuff. If we are transparent, we're showing exactly what we're doing. We're just not talking about it, but we can show what we're doing. We can then build these communities, and the people that do these things to help so many get profit sharing. It's a great model. And then anybody that wants to run for office ever again, or want to be in a business leadership position, then they show a track record of showing that they can actually solve problems and they have a benefit for the greater good. And I think there's no better people to help than veterans.
Sounds great to me.
Who put a lot of skin in the game already.
You won't get any argument out of me. So what is the technology behind the power generation you're talking about for this project?
Well, there's several. There's several. We're looking at 5 or 6 different sources. And then we're looking at some alternative sources as well. And we're doing some of them are operational, but they haven't actually been put in a full scale where they've been combined. So we're looking at geothermal, we've got some where we charge up concrete. We actually use a hollow concrete flooring system with hemp inside of it so that we can actually
conduct energy through the flooring system, and we're working with that. So there's a lot of different things that are innovative, but they're also very cost effective. We can lower the cost of construction by 30%.
And sustainable, it sounds like,
Yeah,
right? If we're
sustainable,
using regenerative
lower-
heating in the
yeah,
floors, we're
sure.
not burning natural gas or
That's
oil.
right.
To,
And we only need one HVAC unit to power and air conditioning or heat, 10,000 square feet. And we can keep it 75 degrees, whether it's 114 or 3 degrees, outside. We have this system that the energy in the home stays around 75 degrees. It's a beautiful system. And if we do that, in Vegas, when we build sustainably, we won't need as much water. And then we lower the cost of construction because the construction lowers down by 30%. So this is, the things that I've been told. Now I'm verifying it. I'm in the middle of trust and verify. So we're working with UNLV to showcase this model. And if it works, when it works, we're not saying if, we declare when it works. We will be moving in that fashion, and I'm inviting everyone from Tech Alley and you too.
Yeah.
And to come to my house, and we're doing these regenerative revitalizations once a month around Tech Alley, and they're going to be anywhere from, it's basically health and wealth, and we're having, it's kind of personal, but we're doing some just inner work, because when we heal from the inside out and we're not clawing our way forward, but we're doing it kind of in a peaceful way. So that's how we start, and then there's education there, and then there's entertainment. So it'll be fun.
Fantastic.
And
How can everyone get a hold of you if they're interested in
well,
that?
so I want to be careful with who I invite to my home because this is my home. However, if you have my text, if you have my phone number, you have my cell phone number, you can text me and I'll give you my address. And if I don't know whether I can, what do you think? Should I just go ahead and tell everyone, because we're live streaming, my address, or what would
Why
you do?
don't you tell them like a social media account or an email they can get you at?
Okay.
That way it's not giving out your phone number or your home address.
Okay. It's Regen Rosalie on Instagram.
Perfect.
Yeah. And then Facebook, it's Rosalie Bingham, or Local Sparks with a X, SPARX. So yeah, come to my house. We're doing lots of fun things we're actually getting a sound bath tomorrow and doing a drum circle.
Yeah, because understandably, you'd like to invite great folks to come to your home, but you also want to screen to make sure you're bringing great folks. So,
Yeah,
so reach out on those Facebook or Instagrams and get to know Rosalie a little bit, and then if that's a good fit, we'll see if you can come to the event. So
Yeah.
So
All right.
Going back to, I just have one more question.
Yeah.
Going back to your work with UNLV, are you getting students involved with this? Is it working with the professors and the institutions there? What does the relationship with UNLV look like?
Okay, so yes, so all three of those, and not just UNLV, but UNR, CSN, Nevada State University, and some of the Delta Academies, the Collier County School District.
Great.
So I've already reached out to the superintendent's group there with the economic and environment impact that they do there. So yeah, all of the students and their families, because we really have a solution. So I'm so excited. I mean, I really have scaled. This is not airy fairy. This is the real deal here, that we have an economically proven model. So we're not just talking about it. We can show the data that what we have, and people like this that know how to market and do things. We can do so much as far as delivering such a high impact with such a little scarce a sliver, I call it sliver, and we'll deliver just a sliver of funding, and we will deliver so much that this is the new model that we'll use to show that we can just help each other and scale up. Help each other and scale up. We give a little bit. Nobody has to give a lot. We come in the middle, and then we show our talents. And then if we have talents that not are really valued to other people, then we can scale up those talents and become, maybe we would like to train people to do cybersecurity. We've done that. I've shown where my partners have taken people where they were homeless, and then 2 months later, after taking this training class, the guy was a cybersecurity guy from Walmart.
Yep.
I mean, he went from, and so there's lots that we can do. And he was a trained veteran, and it just helped him to find his skill set. But sometimes people have to. Sometimes it's just easier to give a hand up than a debilitating handout. It just,
absolutely.
And it's really good when people are taught and give power to be empowered.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, what's the next milestone in this project? What should we be looking for?
Well, next month in October, before this, the Friday before that, you probably want to look at my website. Like I said, localsparks.com. We're going to put a sizzle reel on there.
Okay.
There'll be step by step. Every week we get together and we are actually an action group. So we are accountable for what we say we're going to do. We're doing these accountability, blockchain type of things. So we're showing who's doing the lifting. So when there's profit, everybody, those people will get paid. We're creating it. So go to Regenerative or Local Sparks. It's the same website and sign in. Join our, if you want, you can book a discovery call with me, so they can book a discovery call, and or you can come into our channel. It's the website's there. It's on around. It's open so that you can come in and be a fly on the wall as we're talking about our businesses, and you actually get to be in the boardroom. So you're not just sitting on the side of the line, you're actually listening in our boardroom.
And there's a new video every week, so they can go watch those videos
Yeah.
and get caught up.
Yeah, and there's everything is open to the public. We do have some confidential things that we talk about because we want people to be able to feel confident that they have a team helping them and not competing against them. So we also have a belief system that if we at the very beginning, because I've been married several times, but if you negotiate how to resolve conflict before you ever get married, then you probably have a better chance of staying married.
Sounds great.
Yeah, so we are doing conflict resolution. It's not that we're having a conflict, we're just showing how are we resolving conflict if we have a problem right out of the get-go. So we're just real transparent. We don't walk on eggshells. We tell the truth, and when we say we're going to do something, we just show up and we do it. So I'm willing to do my part, and I would hope everybody else was willing to do theirs.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for joining us
Yeah.
today.
Okay.
We'll see you around Tech Alley. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, come to my house. Text me.
All right. We'll see you.
All right.
Thanks for joining us.
Oh, did I tell you we're doing a sound bath and
Yes.
a drum circle too at Red Rock? It's
Yeah.
going to be fun.
It's going to be great.
I'm telling you.
Reach out to Rosalie.
If it's not fun anymore, I'm not doing it. That's
It's a great
that-
rule.
yeah.
Fantastic rule.
Thank you, guys.
All right. We'll see you.
Yeah, bye. All right, you guys.
Who's next?
You do this all day long? You're got to be so hot.
Well, this isn't
Should I
bad.
move this? Should I move this so you get, or you get,
We should probably move that so whoever's sitting here doesn't have to sit in the sun and get sunburned.
or why don't you move it, or can they be this way, or, they have to be next to you, don't they? There.
There you go. That should be good.
There, you just have to sit a little closer.
That
no,
should be
no
good.
French kissing.
Well, it's hard to talk when you're into the microphone when you're French kissing. So. Here, why don't we? I think that'll help. So here, if we put, yeah, there we go. Ugh. All right.
All right.
All right. Who have we got? Tell us your name and what you're into.
My name is David Gleason. I'm a writer, director, producer of Atmos Forces, a feature film.
Okay.
And a movie movement.
All right. What do you mean by a movie movement?
Well, it's a brand of
readjust
a
this
trilogy,
chair.
a trilogy of 3 movies.
No, you're fine.
Okay. TV series, video game, and a comic book. So it's a brand. Right?
Okay.
And the movement part is it's
Omni Media.
Yeah. We're doing a lot with the community. Like what Rosalie was mentioning, we're doing a massive outreach for veterans and working with veterans companies, organizations, homeless, and recovery, which is a major part of the storyline of Atmos Forces. Atmos is atmosphere, right? So Atmos Forces, it's the sci-fi element is angelic and demonic warfare.
Okay.
So it's pretty out there.
All right.
I'm an out there kind of guy.
I already want to see it. So I mean, I'm not a super out there kind of guy, but it sounds like a fantastic story that I think we can all sink our teeth into. So
it's pretty cool. I've gotten great feedback just from the teaser trailer that we already have on our site. So,
where can we see that?
Go to atmosforces.com.
Okay.
Atmosforces.com, and we've got a whole list of all of those brands, but we have also the movie trailer proof of concept.
Okay.
And the people involved with it. I've been blessed with some incredible talent from people who worked with the Marvel folks and Sony and
Yeah, I'm,
all kinds of
I'm
cool stuff
picturing
like
it.
that, right?
I'm picturing it.
Yeah.
It looks like Marvel Cinematic Universe quality kind of stuff. So
Totally blessed by that, but I'm an indie, right? It's
Mhm.
an independent. It's going to be, I believe it's going to be the largest independent production made.
Mhm.
And the way the market has changed, which got to do a shout out to Kurt,
Mhm.
because
Who's got my money?
Fusion 42, man, I'll tell you, and Tech Alley, these guys are great, but Kurt is spot on. Like the market's already changed since I've been just doing the development this year.
Yeah.
Right.
It moves.
And now we're in the age of the independent.
Mhm.
You know, because now you can put stuff out there and you can market it, you can make money on it yourself and do your thing outside the system.
Well, so let's get into one of my pet peeves for a little bit
Oh, good.
because you know the big media companies, the streamers, the networks,
sure,
they all want proven IP.
Sure.
Right. And I heard somebody say maybe about a year ago, how many times do we need to see Batman's origin story and see Martha Wayne's pearls fall onto the street, right?
Sure.
And I love Batman. I love all that IP stuff, but I feel like maybe we're missing out on some new creative ideas.
Absolutely.
And can we give the MCU treatment, the Walking Dead treatment, the great things we did for some of that IP that exists and we all love
Right.
and have loved for years.
Right.
Can we give some new ideas, that same push, even if we don't put the same money behind it, that same love and care into creating something new? So my rant is over
Nice,
now.
Nice. That's a good rant.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us have been frustrated with that for a long time.
Yeah.
The cool thing about it is the market is defining a change toward reaching a solution to that issue.
I just want to see some new
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, independent movie makers now, and it's about you said the IP and I saw your guest earlier about the SEO, which is
Mhm.
awesome. But the truth is, all of those people who own those rights, they
Mhm.
want to take your stuff anyhow.
Yeah.
Right. And they're locked in.
Mhm.
Right. Where independent filmmakers with new ideas.
Yep.
Can go do some new cool
Well,
stuff.
and you can create some new IP. This sound
Absolutely.
Atmos Forces sounds like, I mean, this could, like you said, it's Omni Media. It sounds like it could be like, and never taking away from the other things that are going on out there that people
Right.
love. It's something new that can come in and have that kind of force behind its IP
It
from the
does.
things we all know and love.
Well, that's very good. Very intuitive. I'm pretty sure he's right.
If
but I
you
hope he's
if you
right.
need a spokesman or a host for an event,
you're in there.
Holla at your
You're
boy.
in there, man. That sounds good because it is what it is. Look, there are no new things under the sun, but if you can take your own creative vision to something and, like you said, change it and morph it into a new concept, that's what we've done. And when everybody wants to hear a high concept, right? So this is something along the lines of Highlander, only Avengers-esque.
Okay.
Right? Biblically.
Highlander, and I don't need to watch it 17 times to understand what actually happened.
No. There's some.
Because I love Highlander as well.
Oh,
but,
man, yeah.
But I did have to watch it like 17 times to understand what I was seeing.
Multi-layered. We have a few layers, but
Okay.
we have enjoyable action, meaningful content, and it's based on a character, John Bennett, who's a Marine who got hit in Afghanistan, his third tour.
Mhm.
We come into his life in Vegas, and he used to be a race car kind of guy
Mhm.
before he joined the Marines when the towers fell.
Yeah.
So we come into his life when he's already struggling with PTSD on a severe
Mhm.
case level, because there's a huge veterans element to the picture.
Okay.
And the meaning behind it.
Well, that's meaningful to me because I'm a 20-year Air Force veteran. So
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
My son's there right now.
Yeah.
My son's Air Force right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad was 20
where is
years.
he stationed?
Well, right now he's trying to be a PJ down in Texas.
Okay, cool.
So very much.
PJs, for the folks who don't know, those are our pararescue guys and girls now,
Yeah.
and they're the ones who jump out of airplanes and jump out of helicopters and rescue folks, whether they are in trouble and
yeah.
need some help, or they're like behind enemy lines and need to get rescued.
They gotta
and-
go do it.
Yeah, so they are part of the special forces of the U.S. Air Force.
Yes, sir.
And they are badass guys and girls.
Shout out to them.
Shout out to the PJs.
And I told him, look, I didn't mean to make it, but my guy's a Marine in the movie.
Mhm.
Our lead character's Ben Graham. He's done a few things, but he's more of a geopolitical figure.
Mhm.
And then we've got a few other excellent names that I can't really just say or hint.
Right. Just promise me in the second episode of the second movie you get an Air Force guy in there.
Oh, we're gonna have a bunch.
Great.
We're
Can't wait.
actually gonna have veterans from all different parts of the military hired on to do the production. That's a big part of it for me.
Are you going to do that production here in Las Vegas?
All of it.
All of it. That's what I wanted. I mean, I
All
didn't
of
think
it.
it was going to be all of it. But,
No,
but into
all of it. Well, we may sneak over to Georgia for a few things as we got their crew to come over here.
Well, and if you guys get an opportunity to go to some cool locations, I mean, go. Don't feel like you've got to do it here.
No, and you know what? Those are former Special Forces guys.
Yeah.
So they brought an element that was just unreal to the production. Check out the video on atmosforces.com.
Yep, I'm going to do it as soon as we're done here
You'll
today.
see the intensity they brought to it, and we got a couple of great lead actors involved, and I was just blessed to have a great crew.
Fantastic.
And people to work with me on the vision that are just extraordinary artists.
But when you do your premiere, promise me you'll let us come live stream
Dude,
from your
come
premiere.
on, man, let's go.
All right.
I'm ready to go right now.
All right.
We're raising capital, but we already have some interest, and we just finished the site about Michael and MCM Marketing finished it about 4 days ago.
Mhm.
So we're just now there with all this other stuff that's on there. We're
Mhm.
just now getting it out there. So we have an area where you can contribute for pre-tickets and
Mhm.
pre-downloads.
Yep.
Where 10% of
Okay.
all of that gross goes to the Fatherhood Project
Mhm.
here in Vegas.
Okay.
Goes to dads in schools,
Mhm.
and we're looking at a few veterans organizations that are impact to help for
Mhm.
homeless. So we're going to be all of that. We're going to help all those organizations. That's why it's a movement.
Yeah, and I want to get you. I want to get you at our next Vets in Tech event talking about what you're
Wonderful.
doing, because I'm a big believer that a lot of times when people talk about tech, they think Silicon Valley, they think software, they think
They were first to the money
you know,
and all that. So
but
everybody thinks
let's
that
not
way,
let's
but,
not forget
oh,
about hardware. Let's not forget about in Vegas all the tech that goes into sports and entertainment here. Let's not
Massive.
forget about all the great people that need to be a part of that tech to make
Make it
Las
work.
Vegas happen, right? So we want to
Absolutely.
let's exchange some information before you go,
Sure,
and we'll
sure.
get you connected up with some Vegas Vets in Tech events. I think
Hey,
that's
I'm
gonna be really
honored,
exciting.
and it was a pleasure. I'm sure we'll be
Right.
meeting and talking on several occasions.
How much are you guys looking to raise?
Okay, so the first raise we're going after for the first stage is like in between 300,000 can get us launched in a good way.
Okay.
But the actual production raise is 10.6.
Okay.
The above the line for talent is 4.4, and then we have a 15 million for distribution that we're going to for ourselves distribution.
Okay.
If we don't have to do that, we could go with Angel. We could go with Lionsgate.
Okay.
Right. But we're going to market to. We're going to do the Mel Gibson passion marketing concept
Okay.
along with SEO guy.
Okay.
Right. But we're going to go reach over 150,000 different organizations.
You're going to be able to shoot this for 10 something plus
Oh.
4 something with talent and production.
You know what? What's
It's
happened?
I'm just. It sounds
No.
like to me.
No, and you know what? I already, we still have 8 minutes of footage that we already shot
Yep.
besides that video that are going to be able to go into the movie.
Okay.
And we have talent and high tech, and what I'm finding out is the special effects. If you have your VFX guy on set, it makes everything go fast with tracking, and you can just follow along. And that's what really took the money afterwards on the
Okay.
post. In the post.
So you guys
And-
are approaching this production differently than a lot of
Totally
than
different.
than traditional VFX
Totally
production.
different.
Okay.
Totally different. And
I'm buying it more now.
well, you can check on the video, you'll see, but that's after. We're going to bring people in before now and really
Mhm.
roll with it.
Okay.
But yeah, and
We might want to follow this along as you guys are doing stuff.
I'm
so.
telling you, the whole thing that I'm very certain I know people are loving is everybody involved in the production. I'm giving 1 unit of the producership to them as being an associate producer in the picture.
Excellent.
Plus paying them. Right?
Excellent.
So they own part of it forever.
Excellent.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everyone involved. And I
Points
think,
on the back end, as they say in the business.
yeah, and as money comes in, maybe even on the middle end
Yeah.
while it's growing, right?
Yeah.
And then they can do whatever they want with it. But it goes to trying to create an environment where we can help not just those guys and small businesses, but veterans, helping the homeless and the youth so that they can do their own business. We can get them with insurance. We can help them with meds that like I'm sure Rosalie knows is there's meds that are extraordinary that are not through the typical system that we're going to be
Well,
utilizing.
yeah, and that
Right.
that we can't get through the VA system.
Exactly, exactly. So we're doing all that. That's why it is a movement and for the community.
Okay.
It's going to go global, but we're starting in Vegas.
I believe it. So,
Yeah.
so what's coming up next? What should we all? I mean, we're all going to go to the website and watch the trailer.
Right.
What should we all be watching for?
Well, number one, we love input. We take we take opinions, and the market changes so fast. We love input as much as possible and
Mhm.
work with as it goes. The video game development is a big deal now. That's a big part of it, I'm finding
Mhm.
out. Probably do better than the film.
I don't doubt it, but also
You know?
in some cases gets more expensive than the film. So.
Yes, no, that's right. I have yet to find that one out yet. But coming up next, we're going to do a whole bunch of short 1 minute, 2 minute clips
Mhm.
from marketing with the people behind the scenes, which
Okay.
we already captured some of.
Love it.
That we're start doing, and also a few of the stuff of the picture itself in the
All right.
series. So,
All right, what was your name again?
David Gleason.
David Gleason. I'm going to give you my card. If you've got a card,
I do.
Let's swap these out because we need to talk.
Let's do it,
again.
man. I love what you're doing.
We need to get you on an episode of my other podcast called The Leader's Mindset.
Okay.
And talk about all the leadership and business aspects of what
Let's
you're
do
doing.
it, because we got a bunch of product placement potential, right? Even in the marketing.
Yep.
And of course, it's a PPM raise for 25,000 per unit,
Mhm.
and it's a 506B Reg D fundraiser. Yep.
Atmosforces.com.
Yes, sir.
Anywhere else they can reach you that you want them to find you at?
I think that's a good place to start.
Okay.
There's more that we're on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. We got all that coming.
Yep.
Got social media going. Shout out to Freedom Mercado doing my social media, and the coffee house. And he's shown me downtown, which I think there's a very good chance
I would
we'll have a presence down there.
I would love to see most of that movie
We're
happen
gonna-
in downtown Las Vegas.
I'm thinking there's going to be at least a major social media podcast presence, and that would rock with you, man.
Let me know how I can help.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Atmosforces.com. Go watch the trailer. Join the movement.
Join the
get
movement.
involved. It sounds like there's lots of opportunity to get involved in making this happen.
Yeah.
And it sounds like it'll be incredibly rewarding if you do. So,
Awesome.
David, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right. Anytime.
All right.
All right. Who's next? Are you coming up? No, you're with them? All right. You guys want to come on? Dave, why don't you take point on this one?
I got notes for the AAR too. We need to bring snacks.
Yeah, we definitely need to employ craft services, but I'm going to let you take over here because I know you have cultivated a relationship with these gentlemen. So let me grab my stuff, and I'm just gonna let Mr. Berlin do his thing. So it's good to see you again. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Sir, thanks for having me, man.
Does my hair look okay? Grab a seat, man.
Hair looks fantastic.
You might have my personal number. I've just been giving out the business number.
Am I allowed to go live?
Yeah, yeah. So if you want to go live, I just propped it up right here.
Yep, that's
Should I do it on TikTok?
TikTok.
Can I do it on TikTok?
I think so. I don't know. Does TikTok let you?
Oh no. I just don't
You asked me like I'm one of the gatekeepers for TikTok.
Can I do it? Is it okay?
One day it is, one day it isn't.
I think more important than the school district or the city
Here you
is
go.
the governor who are both.
Like that guy right there.
Thank you.
Look at that. Look at that. All right.
Looking wonderful, man.
All
Hey,
right. We
everybody.
are.
I don't know if you guys see so Dave,
We're-
okay, Dave has a relationship with the governor's office. I think that's more important than.
We're gonna go.
I think what will happen.
We're gonna go live. We are live. Yeah. It's like- I was like, we kind of are live. But. So. Excited to announce our next guest, and I want you to introduce yourself. Camera's right there. You can do your camera, kind of. It's all in one, right? But dude, we met this morning when we were setting up, and immediately became best friends. And we've already launched 2 companies together. He gave me majority ownership in all of them. I don't know what's going on. I'm just kidding. That's our joke, right? Every time that we go anywhere, start another business today, right? Because we always meet incredible people, and then we want to start new ones, and we just
Absolutely.
can't. So I personally can't. But no, tell us who you are, what you're doing, and more importantly, where you're from, because you guys drove up for this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So my name is Dion Provit. I also go by D Prov. I'm an artist, a performing artist. Rap meets R&B meets rock type of feel, and I originally from Ohio.
Cool.
Moved out to Phoenix, Arizona in 2011. Watched my career bloom and blossom. Went from I performed in Cardinal Stadium, Surprise Baseball Stadium, the biggest outside gazebo at the fair, New York, Atlanta, Hollywood, all out and everywhere.
Nice.
So
Love
I've been
that.
doing my thing, man. And then now I've graduated to the point where I own my own television network and my own radio station. It's called DProv TV
Love
at
that.
dprovtv.com, DProv Radio, and now I have DProv Marketing as well.
I love that. I love that. So you're on it. You're
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what's the mission? Why?
Well, it's all
Why media?
Why media? Because you can't. You're dead in the water.
Yeah.
Think about how much. I mean, I love social media. Social media is great, but there's a lot more money in ownership.
Yeah.
So therefore, you can
Yeah.
do a lot more when you have like an OTT channel like I have.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's one of the authors that I follow, a guy, Mark Groves, right? Mark Groves talks a lot about relationships and stuff like that, but he left Instagram. Like he got off of Instagram because
Exactly.
it was just kind of one of those things where,
Got out
it
here.
just, it was taking up all of his stuff. So, and it was you're at risk. This happened to my roommate the other day. He woke. I caught it. I was like sitting there. I was on a coaching call. I look over and a thing popped up, and I was like, it was my friend's picture, but it was a weird name. And I looked on his Facebook. Somebody hacked his Facebook. Now he got it back in record time.
Wow. Well, that's
20
good.
hours he got it back, where the average is two months for
Yeah,
people to
that's
get their stuff back. And
lightning fast. What did you do?
I can't say. But we'll just say that it helps to have Marine Corps veterans who work at Meta. Yeah, and that was a weird pull. I mean, his business and everything was tied to that. And then, of course, he learned a lot of stuff. He was like, he reached out to his kids to see if they were admins on one of the business accounts so they could take him off, and they weren't. So it's just like, now he's got all these other, but yeah, it's like, if you don't own it, right, if you don't have all the direct access for it, like, you can totally get screwed.
Yeah, and then it's, kind of like about the freedom of speech.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I really talk about with people a lot is freedom of speech. Now, what happens if you're making, X amount of dollars on YouTube or whatever, and you say something that is going to get flagged?
Yeah.
And what's going to happen? They're going to, may possibly suspend your network and change that all up. It might be something where you're earning money.
You put that back on top of it.
And you are earning money, and yeah, I think we're good. And that's your sole income.
Yeah.
Right. And then they flag you or they suspend your channel. Now you're not making money anymore.
Yeah.
All because of because you said something.
Yeah.
Now, like I'm hearing stuff.
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, it's all about having that freedom. And when you own your own network like I do, you have a lot more benefits with it. You can make more closer one-on-one with your fans and everything like that. You can do pay-per-view options. You can do subscription-based stuff, and then you use social media to do the advertising
To
for your-
catalyze it.
Yeah, there you go.
So how long ago did you start this?
I started rapping and singing since I was a little boy. But serious.
20 years. Wow.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Serious. Probably right around 2011 is when I really started taking my music serious. It blossomed and bloomed into this. I just was throwing events in Phoenix. That's where I just drove up from, like you were talking about. And by the way, I was hosting a karaoke event last night. I didn't get home from that till after midnight. I probably got maybe an hour of sleep, and then I drove all the way up here from Phoenix. That's how much I love Vegas.
Yeah. With the time warp too. So.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy. But yeah, so what was that? What were we talking about?
Oh yeah, just so especially for the stuff like that, or media come? When did that start, or when did you say, okay, let's do this? Because was there something that happened where you realized it was going to be better for you to have direct access to your own stuff?
I kind of fell into it.
Okay.
I was approached by some people who were wanting to throw a tour, and they asked me to throw the Phoenix location, and I was going to do it. I got the building together. Just so happened the building that I went to get the to do the event was a studio, a production studio. I make a long story short, I ended up meeting the guy who owned the entire platform. He saw how I was moving, how I was putting together the event, and he was like, you know what, this is very impressive. Unfortunately, you know, the tour didn't happen for financial reasons, so I had to cancel the location, but he liked how I was working so much. He was like, you know what, I think you should have your own network.
Yeah.
So we worked out a deal, and next thing you know, I had a network. I didn't know what I was doing at first. I had no clue, but sometimes when you have an opportunity like that, you just have to take it and ride it and just go with it.
Yeah.
And, you know, to be here at Live with Tech Alley, this is something that's amazing, first and foremost. I didn't.
Yeah.
And I'm meeting all types of fantastic people like yourself. Matter of fact, you were the first person I met.
Well, yeah, we were setting up a little early today, and it's funny because like you asked, you know, hey, what do you do? And then I think you guys were asking which podcast or broadcast this is going, like doing your work, right? Like,
Absolutely,
hey,
yes.
what's the distribution, right? And I had said, oh, well, I've got a podcast. It's in production right now, Pursue Vegas, and when I said it's the purpose is to connect the people of our city and show the world who we really are, both of y'all just lit up, and I was like, what? And then so now it's like we've completely unlocked a whole opportunity for us to you know, potentially figure out ways to work together. I'd be interested to know if there's ever a way that we can build bridges back to this city, through this city. You know, there's a lot of talk. Have you heard any of the talk? Or first of all, how often do you make it out here?
I've been out here about 4 or 5 times. I haven't been out here in a couple years. This is my first time out here.
Okay.
Probably about 2 years.
So have you heard anything about what's happening here in Las Vegas, not from a tech standpoint, but from a Hollywood 2.0 standpoint? Have you heard anything about this?
Well, I do know you got the Raiders.
We got the Raiders, but there's actually there's studios from Los Angeles and building headquarter studios out here. I may, if I misuse the word headquarter studios, my apologies. But there are large studios coming out here. Mark Wahlberg's involved a little bit in that. So everyone keeps, the easiest way to explain it is people are calling it a Hollywood 2.0. Now, I personally don't know or understand the world of Hollywood as well as most people. I think the last guy that was here was a producer. But what I believe, and this is where I see the hybrid version of that, I believe the fallout of this Hollywood 2.0 is going to result in about 40 to 60 podcast studios across the valley in the next 3 years.
I can see that.
So
happening.
I'm looking for ways that I can leverage that alone with the Pursue Vegas podcast network, and not only helping connect people to the right studios for them, but actually going in and helping the studios with their operations, with their marketing, and with stuff like that. That way I can kind of leverage all of it, because what's different from my podcast from a lot of other podcasts out there, mine's very, so I want to connect all of the people, show the world the what's behind the curtain of Las Vegas, and then what that actually does is it connects to other communities, because most people are transplants. So I'm not just showing, like, if, for example, if you're from Phoenix, we're talking about you, like people in this city are now learning about you, but like your whole audience back in Phoenix is now watching and learning more about Las Vegas.
Exactly. So it's amazing. But
Plan.
it's amazing that you're right. And it's the reason why our eyes popped open is because we have like I said, I own my own network, but it's a part of a bigger group of networks. Over 150 networks working all together. It's called Connect to Your City. So when you said that, boom.
Yeah. And you guys have any ties here in Vegas?
We do now.
We just we interlocked the circles. We're interconnecting the kingdoms.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that with me about the atmosphere of Vegas. That's exciting news.
Yeah.
I see opportunity for growth. It's actually
happening in Phoenix, they're moving out that way too.
Yep.
So
And it's even happening in cities like Tulsa, Oklahoma. Like Tulsa.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So Tulsa has a lot of very competitive tax advantages. I always figure out a way to bring up Tulsa, Oklahoma. I tell people it's America's best kept secret. But actually, and again, this is just a little plug for that. I don't know all the specifics, but that's how shows like Tulsa King have come up, is because there's a lot of benefits tax-wise for the studios to be shooting and leveraging stuff out there. So that's how that kind of stuff happens.
I did not know that, but I do love Tulsa King.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Oh my gosh, good
yep.
series, good series. I can't wait for it. Did the second episode of season
The
2 come
second
out yet?
season, I don't know. I'll have to look it up. It's funny too. That's the hard thing I think with some of the broadcast stuff that's streamed is like, I feel like the delay from one season to the next is insane.
Oh my god!
Now I got to ask you, what is the best TV show ever made or ever written?
TV show. Well, see, I'm a little old school, man.
This is a test.
I'm gonna have to say Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Okay.
Martin.
Okay. What about? Let me be specific. And I'm leading the witness, Your Honor.
Ooh. Was it Sex and the City?
No. Oh, that's a good one too. It's The Wire, HBO The Wire. If you haven't seen The Wire, greatest show ever written.
Yeah, it's a good
Yep. Shout out to Bubbles. Andre Royo actually lives here in Las Vegas. Good friend of mine.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool,
So
cool,
hopefully he gets to bring some of that Hollywood 2.0 out here as well.
Dude, it's pretty cool out here, man.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Well, it's getting cooler. This is what's funny about Vegas. Like, you're coming now. If you haven't been here, we probably I'm joking with the statistic, but we probably had 4,000 people move away in the last 3 months. And I'm just saying that because a lot of people come here and they're like, I love it here. And then summer hits and they're like, this is stupid. I'm out of here. But if you can make it through a summer, you're in good shape.
Well,
Jason, that is just falling over the lens just now. Perfect.
Thank you.
Yep. No, we're good now. It literally just started to slide.
I'll explain to you later. But you still got it on the screen and it still says recording and live.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. You're good. I'm going to sit down.
Live from Tech Alley.
Live from Tech Alley.
Yeah,
In the
man.
industry, we call those lower thirds. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Well, no, you're right, man. I like it out here. It's pretty cool. I like the vibe. I keep looking around because all the buildings are different than out there in Phoenix. Everything in Phoenix is really spread out.
Yeah.
But my pops has been trying to get me to come out here more and more and more. So I'll be coming out more.
I love it. So let's talk a little bit about numbers and metrics. So when you talk about your own, you said your own
television network.
Television
OTT
network. Yep. What does that look like in the volume of eyeballs and earballs, if that's a thing? Is it just is it just like video? Or are you guys doing like audio network and stuff? It's
Yeah,
like
we have
podcasts and everything too.
So we have over 150 OTT networks. So
Okay.
OTT networks are like Netflix or Hulu or Disney Plus. So those type of platforms.
Cool.
Our network, Connect Your City, is a private network. So
Okay.
we have 80 million viewers.
Cool.
And so each network is seen about 105,000 times a week.
So is there programming for this? Is there like TV shows and stuff on these
niche channels?
Okay.
Like we have a motorsports channel.
Okay.
We have a name, image, and likeness channel, which is geared towards sports. We have Nebraska on there, when their football games, their home games, and specifically. We have ASU's on there, and we have an entire HBCU conference down in Louisiana that's part of it as well. So they utilize that. We have health and wellness channels.
Cool.
So that type of stuff. We have.
You got some for
cigar
veterans?
channel. Yes.
Oh, all right. Well, we know
that
some.
is-
We
that
got some
is-
ties in the veteran world for sure.
Dude, I was excited when you said that.
Yeah.
Get Amp is shout out to Gina and everybody over there at Get Amp Television and Get Amp Radio. This is a Arches Media Productions is what AMP stands for. So Get Amp, right? And that's the network of a nonprofit Creative Drill Sergeants.
Cool.
Creative Drill Sergeants works directly with veterans to get them out of the house. A lot of veterans are fighting depression. So it's getting them out of the house, getting them active in something new, which is video production, the cameras, lighting, everything, the terminology and everything like that. getting them paid doing something completely different than what they're used to doing.
Okay.
So.
And where's that based out of?
Phoenix.
Okay.
Phoenix, Arizona. So we want you to come down there. I would love
check
for you
that
to-
out. Build a little bridge. Get some chapters going. So shout out to another funny. I don't even know if I could say HBO show because like now I'm like, can I say that?
Is it Max
can,
or HBO?
Can I say HBO? I don't know. Either way, what's the dragon show called? What was that? House of Dragons, but the old one, Game of Thrones.
Game of
Thank you for that. It's funny. You remember the little guy, right? Peter Dinklage or whatever.
Yes.
He said, "I drink and I know things." Right. I kind of stole that and I said, "I think and I scale things." So that's what my superpower is.
I liked it.
Yeah. I don't do anything. No, but the interesting thing is anytime I hear veteran stuff, if it has the right level of impact, which I love that because that's perpetual, right? Because it's like, it's one thing if you put something powerful in a veteran's hand and they are successful in their transition or expansion. But if you put something in their hand that helps them capture and show more of that, then it's a contagious viral loop that will continue to showcase that. So a lot of responsibility that goes with that. But the reason why I asked about the channels and how all that works, like I'm always sitting on, I have a lot of ideas, but there's some of them are garbage, but there's a few of them that are really good. And I had this, I'm going to go on a soapbox for just a second.
It's all right.
There's a channel, I don't even know. Every time I turn my TV on, it's probably because my roommate's an entrepreneur. Every time I turn my channel on or TV on, it's same channel. And it's like 100 hours in a row of Shark Tank. Now, I don't know if I could say Shark Tank, sue me. But here's the funny thing about that is like, I call this the Shark Tank economy. And the Shark Tank economy is not a great thing. Everybody has this impression where if I have a good enough idea, I'm going to pitch it to the right investors and they're going to give me $1 million and that's the game over. And that just creates a false sense of reality, a false sense of security of what entrepreneurship really is. And right now there's not a lot of venture